and only at the behest of the court there. But Madhurima, we'll continue to be on top of that story. For the moment, thank you for getting us those ground reports as we quickly head into a break right now. But when we come back, we are putting our focus on the other story that has shocked the entire country. One after the other. Remember, there are so many unanswered questions now in the Delhi case. This is another CCTV footage accessed by Republic where you see another girl with the victim. We'll tell you more about that CCTV footage and what really the cops have to say when we come back after this break. Also, the Delhi police refusing to take absolutely any question, completely silent on a 2-day delay in finding out the key witness in the entire case. Our coverage continues on the other side of this short break.
एलजी साहब इस्तीफा दो, हाथ में पोस्टर लेकर के लगातार आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता, नेता और तमाम लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। लगातार पुलिस उनको रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है, एक बैरिकेड को तोड़ने की लगातार कोशिश की जा रही है। यहाँ से ड्रोन के माध्यम से इन तमाम लोगों की रिकॉर्डिंग भी की जा रही है। और यहाँ पर तस्वीरें देखिए, यहाँ पर जो है वाटर कैनन जो है वो शुरू हो चुका है। जो लोग हैं उनको कहीं ना कहीं हटाने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
का एक इतना बड़ा धमाका हुआ है, उसी घर में धमाका जो है हुआ है। ये बच्चा जो है, इसे भी यहाँ पर माइनर इंजरीज जो है वो यहाँ पर आई हैं। आप देखिए, भारतीय सेना जो है वो यहाँ पे इंजर्ड्स को लेकर जा रही है। ये देखिए, इंजर्ड्स को यहाँ पर लेकर जाया जा रहा है। 2 महिलाएं घायल हुई हैं और एक बच्चे को मामूली तौर पर चोटें जो हैं वो आई हैं। अब भारतीय सेना की एम्बुलेंस में डालकर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के जवान जो है वो उन्हें यहाँ पर रेस्क्यू कर रहे हैं।
Yet another incident of stampede was reported from Guntur, where the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu was the chief guest here. Well, it was a program of a foundation. This is the very ground, and there was a huge cry over the gifts being distributed at the back end, and this is the very place where a lot of movement, and that is why we see that 3 people have lost their life, and also at the same time several others are said to be injured and they are undergoing treatment at the hospital.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us on Republic. We are shifting our focus back to a story that Republic broke just a little while earlier. The story is about massive protests that have happened in Haldwani. Haldwani, remember, is in Uttarakhand. This is over an anti-encroachment drive. Now, these are the images on your screens of these protests that have been underway. The eviction drive here was ordered by the High Court over encroached railway land. So this land belongs to the railways. The entire matter went to court and the court opined that an eviction drive must take place. Now these protesters, for the moment we are learning, are also backed by political parties. They are staging a sit-in dharna, blocking roads, and they also allege that this drive is to target the minority community. Before we cut across to Madhurima, who's reporting live, let's quickly listen into reactions that have just come in. The first one is from the district magistrate of the area.
रेलवे को देना हमें शांति व्यवस्था के लिए हमने मजिस्ट्रेट और पुलिस फोर्स पर्याप्त मात्रा में हम लोगों ने डिमांड कर दी है और उनके रोकने की व्यवस्था कहाँ होगी उसकी व्यवस्थाएं हम लोग कर रहे हैं। अभी एसएसपी साहब और हम लोग भी स्वयं जा रहे हैं कि किन किन स्थानों पे अपनी फोर्स को हम लोग रुकवाएंगे और जैसे ही ये पब्लिकेशन वगैरह कर देते हैं, मुनादी रेलवे कर देती है, उसके एक सप्ताह के अंदर हम लोग आगे की कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित करेंगे। शांति व्यवस्था कायम रखने इसको लेकर भी किस तरह से पूरा देखा जाए? अब उसमें देखिए, इसमें सभी से अपील यही रहेगी। अब चूँकि माननीय उच्च न्यायालय के आदेश हैं और उसका पालन हमें करना है और हमारी तो ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि जितने लोग अपनी व्यवस्था अभी से कर सकते हैं उन लोग को अभी से व्यवस्थाएं कर लेनी।
It's time for us to head into a quick break right now, but when we come back, we take you back to what's happening in Uttarakhand and whether this is a rerun of what we all have seen, ladies and gentlemen, in the Shaheen Bagh area in Delhi in 2020.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
There is a huge crowd of people who have come and they are demanding justice for Anjali. They are saying that they are not convinced by the police theory. They feel that Anjali was actually assaulted and then brutally murdered. Again, dramatic visuals being seen. The protesters have just surrounded the car. They are just banging the car of this official. So you can see that they have banged the vehicle and they have broken the windshield. And you can see the official is running away. The official is running away.
एलजी साहब इस्तीफा दो, हाथ में पोस्टर लेकर के लगातार आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता, नेता और तमाम लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। लगातार पुलिस उनको रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है, एक बैरिकेड को तोड़ने की लगातार कोशिश की जा रही है। यहाँ से ड्रोन के माध्यम से इन तमाम लोगों की रिकॉर्डिंग भी की जा रही है। और यहाँ पर तस्वीरें देखिए, यहाँ पर जो है वाटर कैनन जो है वो शुरू हो चुका है। जो लोग हैं उनको कहीं ना कहीं हटाने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
का एक इतना बड़ा धमाका हुआ है, उसी घर में धमाका जो है हुआ है। ये बच्चा
Welcome back and thank you for staying with us here on Republic. The other story that continues to actually garner a lot of headlines, and remember, a lot of unanswered questions from the Delhi police, in spite of them just putting out a 90-second statement telling us of what has happened so far. Republic has been able to access another CCTV footage. This is the one that you see now on your screens. One more twist to the entire story. Now, this is a tape that reveals a brawl between the victim and her friend is what we are given to understand. If we'll just look very, very closely at this particular CCTV footage now that you see on your screens, the girl in the pink, remember, is the victim, and she is purportedly having this brawl, literally that brawl that you see there on your screens right now with another of her friend. Now, is this the same friend who, remember, later is riding pillion with her? We'll quickly see if we can cut across to our reporters, our team of reporters, getting you constant updates on that big story. I'm told Tanisha is just going to join us in a bit, who's been able to access that CCTV footage. Tanisha, we are playing out this entire CCTV footage where the girl in pink is the victim. She's having this literal brawl on the streets there with her friend. Now, is this the same friend, Tanisha, who is riding pillion with her later? Is this another friend? What do we know about this particular CCTV footage? What time are we talking about and what has happened so far? Just piece together that timeline for us.
Right, this is the exclusive CCTV footage that we have access, which is right outside the hotel where these girls had registered themselves at 7 p.m. This CCTV footage is about around the time of 12 to 1:45 a.m. in the morning. That is the 1st of January. Because remember, 1:45 is the time when they had left, when these two girls had left. This CCTV footage and the CCTV footage that we had earlier broke, where there is the victim and there is her friend, who were seen coming out of the hotel room and then hotel room, and then after that they moved to another location. That is the same friend that you see on your CCTV right now. And as Republic broke first, where it was told that it was a brawl that happened in the hotel room where the two girls registered themselves, the same fight had continued even outside the hotel room. When it happened in the hotel, it was the manager of the hotel who had to intervene and who had to stop the brawl. And soon after, this CCTV footage clearly shows that it was just not a verbal fight, but also a fist fight, a small fist fight that is being seen in the CCTV visuals. So clearly a verbal brawl plus a physical brawl that could be seen clearly in the CCTV visuals. What holds right now is the mystery that this girl, this friend has, because remember, what we're getting to know is that this was the same friend who was also hit by the Baleno car when she was traveling with the victim, and after she was hit, she fled the stop, and she did not inform the cops about it. The sources in Delhi police are now claiming that that it was because she was petrified, because of which she fled the spot and she did not make the PCR call. But now when this CCTV footage comes out, it raises several questions as to what was the brawl all about, why did the brawl happen, and about those few men who also visited the hotel room soon after these girls registered themselves. So these are few unanswered questions that are coming to fore now with this new CCTV visuals coming out.
Now, Tanisha. Yes, Tanisha, why don't you tell us, because I was just looking through the CCTV footage. Now, how far is this particular hotel from the accident spot? What is the distance like? Can you quickly tell us also that, and then we'll also get into Aisha. Tanisha first.
Right, Dipti. Now, the hotel and the accident spot are quite far, because it is about a stretch of 10 to 11 kilometers, and if we talk about the time, it is almost 40 minutes, the time of the hotel room and the place where the incident has happened, where the body was dragged for about a stretch of 14 kilometers. But what is interesting is where the hotel room is and where the accused place is, that is about at a stretch of 1.6 kilometers only. So in proximity to the hotel is the residence of one of the accused. So that is a big lead that we are getting to know. One of the accused does lie in proximity to this very hotel, but since the cops have ruled out any possibility of sexual assault as it has come out in the post-mortem, so we cannot actually say if it was a clear of sexual assault, because that has been completely ruled out. Now, since this is a hit and run case, what matters is the version of this girl, of this friend, as to what actually happened between the two. Why did the brawl take place? Who were the men who visited them during the time when they registered themselves at the OYO? And soon after this, the incident that happened, the time, the 1:45 is when they left their hotel, and 3:15 is when the first PCR call was made. What happened in the time period of those few minutes is what is being probed by the cops now.
Absolutely. A lot of unanswered questions. There is still so much, I think, that is being unearthed by the moment as we continue to report on that story. And what I'll do is we'll just let Tanisha and Suesha go so that they can get us more updates. Also, remember that CCTV footage that has been accessed by Republic, because right now we have someone who understands how the policing system works. She's been at the helm of the Delhi police for a long time. She's been actually in the system, outside the system, and she is someone who's going to help us understand what possibly could have gone wrong in the entire case. I want to say good afternoon to Dr. Kiran Bedi, who's joining us live. Ma'am, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for speaking to us on Republic. First up, ma'am, I want to understand, what are your first thoughts on what you've seen so far on this horrific case being reported out of the national capital?
Well, obviously, the manner in which these boys behaved themselves and conducted themselves, first of all, dared to be drunk and and attacking the... Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think the daring nature of the manner in which the boys conducted themselves is alarming, in the sense that's an indication how the youngsters or the youth of the city is taking policing and law and order for granted. They're becoming violators by nature and by impunity. Number one, I think we need to reinstate the fear of law and respect for law. Unless we reinstill fear of law and respect for law, we will never be able to prevent crime, because voluntary observance of law will happen only when you have respect for law and also fear of law. And that is missing. I think the real challenge before the Delhi police is, how do we drive home a message that you break the law, you will bear the consequences, whoever you may be. I think that's a very important message, because unless that is in your head, how much will you prevent crime otherwise? If everybody's going haywire, then how many people will you arrest? But the control, the fear of law, respect for law. Now, how do we instill fear of law? How do we instill respect for law? Should be the major strategy of the Delhi police and law enforcement agencies. Number one. My number two is, please understand that there was a very good system of police control room vans, and it had been coming on for years. And many officers, seniors, leadership, Delhi police instituted these police control room, first police control room, and then the police control room vans. The best of the gypsies, the good vehicles, functioning vehicles which had a motorcycle, which had a wireless set, which had a police constable and one reserve also with a wireless, everything. Some of them even had cameras. They were there as a system. What happened? Why did we dismantle the system? There may be wisdom behind it. I do not know. I'm not privy to this, because somewhere a policy decision must have been taken to instead pass on these police control room vans to the police stations. That's what I'm told. I hope I'm wrong. Maybe I may be wrong, but I've heard that the police control room vans, instead of being positioned at various locations, and their surprise locations were always changed to keep the surprise element. They were like a mobile police post, which was linked with the central control room. Moment they would get a call of an incident, the PCR van would go there. And somewhere the response time is very fast, and somewhere the response time was slow, dependent on the traffic congestion and also the location of the PCR van. And they were accountable. They were the first responders. I think, why did we dismantle this first responder system? Second, first, fear of law. Second is responder system. Why did we dismantle it? And if we did dismantle it, we need to relook at what was the wisdom behind it. Is there a wisdom, or is it not worth it? So we need to re-audit the system and reback. Third is very important. Because of the heavy traffic congestion in Delhi, even the van doesn't sometimes make a way through. So you have nobody's clearing because nobody has a space to give you. There is no space to give that vehicle even a right of way. So we had started motorcycles. So we had that, they were called mobile PCR van, which was an extension of the PCR van, PCR car, 4-wheeler to 2-wheeler. So in the 2-wheeler, you had one man on the pillion, and this person with the mic, etc., would rush to the spot because he could zigzag the way through traffic and reach as a first responder. Why did we do away with this also? That means we may look at 4-wheeler with 2-wheeler and at different locations, maybe at a distance at the vulnerable areas, and depending on the occasion of law and order, New Year Eve, Diwali, where do we relocate them? And that relocation was done by control room in conjunction with the DCP and the SHO of the area, because they knew their vulnerable areas. But they were also being checked at night, by the way. The PCR vans were being checked by the PCR supervision, that they are alert and that they are available. Third, now I've already told you 3. Fourth is the SHOs of the area must ensure that the cameras on the roads, Takriban almost every shopkeeper has a camera.
Yes, ma'am.
They're all functioning and they're getting recorded and that they are documenting and they're saving it. I think the shopkeepers, sometimes the cameras are working and sometimes they're not working. I think the private cameras of the shopkeepers should be regularly checked so that you can record an incident wherever it's required. Fifth, you see, I'm giving you a whole blueprint. Fifth is we need a centralized camera system, technology. We need to have better use of technology in Delhi, which means traffic police and crime control should work on watching the streets, because that's common. Crime and traffic, they are sides of the same coin. So I think better use of technology programs by Delhi police as a whole, not police station wise. At the moment, some police SHOs have, with their own initiative, got these sarkari cameras for their police station. But Delhi is a union territory. It's a city state. It's spread out so far and wide. It's not one police station. It's hundreds of police stations now. So therefore, we need a technological solution to look at the metropolitan city, the capital as a whole, from central command to these. Are you interested in more, or am I okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then one thing more.
Ma'am,
one thing, last but not the least.
Okay, I just want to, with your permission, ma'am, I want to come back to certain facts. You've actually told us what has happened in the past, what must happen, but clearly that has not happened. The reason why we are reporting on a story as ghastly, as horrific as this, ma'am. Now, I just want to bring certain facts out in the public domain, ma'am, because it's an opportunity for us to understand how things possibly could have been done better and what has gone wrong. This, ma'am, was a night that is intensely patrolled by the Delhi police. I was just reading an estimate that said 18,000 policemen and security personnel were actually on the streets of Delhi on the New Year's Eve. 18,000 policemen on the streets of Delhi. Yet, ma'am, it takes almost 2 hours. 2 hours between the first PCR call that is made to the Delhi police and the victim's body to be found. 2 hours, 18,000 cops on the streets of Delhi, ma'am. And in this duration, 5 PCR calls are made, ma'am, and the body is dragged for a good 10 to 15 kilometers on the streets of Delhi. There is just one question today that people across the city today are asking: where was the Delhi police, ma'am?
That's exactly the solutions I'm giving you. Where you would not have asked this question, where was the Delhi police, had we had these PCR vans in right locations, at the right positions. Then we would have asked another question. When the PCR van was supposed to be in this location, why did it take so long to reach? At the moment, since the PCR vans, I believe, have gone back to all police stations, now it's a police station response, not a PCR van response. So your question would have changed. Had we not dismantled the system, that where was this PCR van when it's supposed to be in this location, not have responded urgently. And at night, it would not have been a traffic jam. That means you on call, that van would have been accounted for an early response. So I think what I'm giving you this is the need of the hour. Had it been there, you would have had to respond to prevent further incidents like these. Come back to the system. Come back to the original system.
I hope and I pray that you will understand our anguish. Because we are also, people, we are journalists. But then at the end of the day, when you look at a story like this, I recall reporting on the Nirbhaya incident. We were out on the streets. People were so angry. And then it took a lot of, efforts by everyone to change the system. But today, what has changed? If this is something that can happen with the victim, had this CCTV footage, ma'am, not come out, we wouldn't have even been talking about the entire case. The Delhi police initially says that this was an accident, a hit and run case, that they do not want to, even get into the bottom of it. They wanted to hush up the entire case is what the family alleges. Secondly, in the first FIR, ma'am, that's filed, they actually put in bailable charges, bailable sections against the accused. So why was the Delhi police even wanting to cover up the case as the family alleges?
I don't have the answers for that because I'm not on the spot. I'm only giving you systems approach. That why I'm answering your question, why did they not respond? Then who responds? Police responds. Police responds on a vehicle. We had a system of response. Delhi police had a very powerful, effective system of response, which was through the PCR vans. And the PCR vans were responding. Now, since you dismantled it or found in your own wisdom something else, please let us know why did we do it? Because it must be all a policy decision from the police headquarters of a particular time. We need to rework on that, find out What was the experience and wisdom? Why? What was the urgency? What was so very interesting that it said, well, they go to the police stations, take the vans to the police stations. Now, the problem in the police stations is the police stations are very big sometimes. Some of them are big. They will take a long time to reach. But if the van is like a mobile police post and it's spread out and dotted around the police station, it will respond. The police station then gets activated. And police station also reaches the spot. So that means you have a first response. It's like the ambulance. It's like the fire brigade, which reaches on call, moment you call.
Ma'am, I appreciate the fact that, you've stressed on the first responder, that's a PCR, but we still do not know because the Delhi police is not taking questions. All that the special CP did today is put out a 90-second statement. He did not take questions. But, I want to draw your indulgence to another fact. You've been a top cop. Had you been at the helm of the entire case, when a case like this comes up, you want to, say that this is a hit and run case, then we would want to know, where did the crash take place? Did they find out if there were more eyewitnesses in the case? Clearly not. The eyewitness has come out today. So do you believe that there has been a lapse in not just, the first responder PCR reaching out to the victim to go out and help on a PCR call, but also on the investigation? Or do you believe that everything has happened according to the rules? Because the police is completely silenced, ma'am, on the entire sequence of events.
I think that's a matter of investigation. And let the investigation take its role. They don't have any option but to collect. I think for that, police has to get its act together on early collection of the possible evidence, which is coming through CCTV cameras, the eyewitnesses. It takes its time. But obviously, all this evidence will come on record and investigation will take its shape. And the case has no doubt to be charge sheeted. So I'm not on the investigation at the moment because I'm not an investigator and I'm not on the spot. I'm not going to make a mistake on judging an investigation right now. All I can say is that be patient, allow the police to collect its evidence as it comes from the eyewitnesses and cameras. As the people speak up, I think that is bound to happen. Investigation is bound to happen in an effective manner. I have no doubt about the capability of investigation. I'm only on future prevention. I'm looking at, as a Delhiite, should we not have back our mobile police post system, which is also linked with motorcycles in view of the huge traffic jams Delhi has, where to even move an ambulance today is stuck in traffic jam. That's why you need motorcycles to weave their way through to reach as a first transponder. So I think that's what I'm focusing on. But there's another area which if I make complete my fifth point is that, look, remember, Delhi has almost a huge amount, thousands and lakhs of people in private security. Why are we not mobilizing private security? And in such particular days, challenging days, private security should be fully mobilized, as we did in COVID. In COVID, I would dare say that in Pondicherry, we had mobilized entire private security to work with the police in COVID prevention, in making queues, long distances to make safe distance. Why don't we mobilize? Why should we not, Delhi police, now mobilize private security, which is in lakhs, and put them back on duty? That day you shall all be on duty, which is they know the area very well. Actually, you have the eyes and ears, real eyes and ears, and immediate response is private security. Every shopkeeper, every corporate house, some people, even houses, the gated communities, all have private security. They can all be mobilized for such events. And they be told, itne ghante se itne ghante tak you shall be on duty as private security. By the way, you should know
your point, Dr. Kiran Bedi, ma'am, is well taken. But I again want to bring you back because you are the best person today who can actually help us understand what should we be doing. In 2012, I remember it was the 16th of December where the Nirbhaya gang rape happened. We were all shocked. People were out on the streets. People were really agitated. I today want to know 2012 to 2023, what has changed? We can't always be talking of the future, let's do this, let's do that. What has the Delhi police done? I mean, if this is the police in the capital of the country, Delhi, this is Delhi police, for God's sake. We are not talking of any other state police. Who do we ask questions to? The Delhi police, do you believe, ma'am, is accountable? They are answerable. Heads must roll.
Yes, the police headquarters has to answer. Police headquarters has to answer. And I'm sure, no doubt they will. And they have to. All I'm talking was not for the future. I'm talking of the present. We can start this mobilization now. Do you mean to say tomorrow something like this cannot happen? With the kind of weak parenting we are having today, where parents have lost control over their young boys. They have no idea where the boys, when are they coming at home and when they're coming back drunk, and that they are getting sheltered back and protected. I think the kind of youth, the kind of youngsters, many parents who are afraid of their boys. They're afraid of boys to even tell them anything. So the kind of crop that is coming, a large number of generation, whose sons are beyond their control. The police is bound to continue to live with this kind, and so will people continue to suffer for their own selves, because the sons are not under control. Otherwise, these teenagers getting drunk like this and doing speeding, driving, you think can happen with strong parents? No way. So I am saying that this is not the last time that crime is happening. It will happen, but we need to have response systems in place.
That is true. Dr. Kiran Bedi, I think all of us are answerable, but the point is the Delhi police has a lot more accountability, a lot more responsibility on their shoulders. We need someone who can actually speak, who can answer our questions, who can tell us what possibly has gone wrong. Why did they want to hush up the entire case, if at all they did? What are they doing now? How can we be certain that a crime like this, as gory, as horrific as this, Dr. Kiran Bedi, is not repeated in the future? You made some valuable, points here, whether it's about the first responder, that's the PCR, or what else the system needs to do. And we seriously hope and pray, ma'am, that people at the helm are listening to those suggestions. It's been a pleasure, ma'am. Thank you for your time and thank you for speaking to us on Republic, as we'll continue to track that question and a story that has shocked all of us. We want to know, where was the Delhi police, and will heads roll? Let's all check of more stories that we are tracking. In fact, the CCTV footage that you see on your screens again has been accessed by Republic, where you see a second girl along with the victim now in this footage. This is just outside the hotel. The Delhi police is now piecing together the entire sequence of events. The girl riding with the victim now has been traced by the Delhi police. Her statement also has been recorded. Republic also accessed about 3 CCTV footages right from the day of the entire incident. And obviously a lot of questions, remember, now go out to the Delhi police. And was there an attempt initially to bury the entire case? The police is completely silent on the 2-day delay to be able to find out the eyewitness in the entire case.
लड़की थी और उसके मुताबिक ये जो घटना घटी है उस टाइम पर वो थी और उसको कोई इंजरी नहीं हुई थी और वो उठकर वहाँ से चली गई थी। और इस मुद्दे में हमने जो भी एफर्ट्स किए हैं कल, उसका परिणाम ये रहा कि अब हमारे पास एक इंसिडेंट की आई विटनेस है और वो पुलिस के साथ कोऑपरेट कर रही है।
To more news now, the Supreme Court has granted interim bail to the suspended Jharkhand cadre IS officer Pooja Singhal in a money laundering case, essentially to look after her ailing daughter. The top court has listed the plea now for hearing on February the 6th. A live bombshell was found near Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Singh Man's residence in Chandigarh. A bomb disposal squad was also rushed to the spot where the army used robots to lift this bombshell. Kerala Governor Arif Mohammed Khan has approved the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's recommendation to reinduct the CPIM leader Sajji Cherian as a minister. Sources say that he will be administered the oath of office on Wednesday at 4 p.m. The Prime Minister earlier inaugurated the 108th edition of the Indian Science Congress through video conferencing. The theme of the event is Science and Technology for Sustainable Development with Women Empowerment.
देश की सोच केवल ये नहीं है कि हम साइंस के जरिए विमेन एम्पावरमेंट करें, बल्कि हम विमेन की भागीदारी से साइंस का भी एम्पावरमेंट करें, साइंस और रिसर्च को नई गति दें, ये हमारा लक्ष्य है।
The NI team earlier visited the Dangri village where terrorists have killed 6 people. The NI team will take into account all the incidents, working together with the Jammu and Kashmir police team. Hundreds of people, including top officials, gathered earlier at the cremation ground in the Dangri village of the Rajouri district, where the last rites of the 6 civilians who've been killed in this terrorist attack took place. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh reached the Siang district in Arunachal Pradesh to inaugurate the strategically important Siam Bridge, the event marking the very first visit of the Raksha Mantri post the clashes we've seen in Tawang.
रणनीतिक दृष्टि से भी, स्ट्रेटेजिक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से भी इन सब सारे रोड्स की अहमियत रहती है। वैसे हम लोगों का लक्ष्य यही रहता है कि हमारे सीमा पर रहने वाले जो हमारे भारतवासी हैं, माताएं बहनें हैं, भाई हैं, उनकी आवागमन की सुख सुविधाएं ये बढ़ सकें।
We head into a quick break right now. When we come back, anger peaks in the valley over back-to-back terror attacks in Rajouri. The NIA now has taken over the entire case. Also ahead of the upcoming polls, a BJP leader gives an open call for polarization in the state of Karnataka.
Right now we are in the Dangri village where the cordon and the search operations are on, where the terrorists have taken away the lives of 4 Hindu civilians after identifying them via their ID cards, and intensified searches are underway. Those terrorists, the security forces are trying to identify at an earliest and also to neutralize them. The Indian Army has been deployed in every nook and the corner of the area.
There is a huge crowd of people who have come and they are demanding justice for Anjali. They are saying that they are not convinced by the police theory. They feel that Anjali was actually assaulted and then brutally murdered. Again, dramatic visuals being seen. The protesters have just surrounded the car. They are just banging the car of this official. You can see that they have banged the vehicle and they have broken the windshield, and you can see the official is running away. The official is running away.
एलजी साहब इस्तीफा दो, हाथ में पोस्टर लेकर के लगातार आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता, नेता और तमाम लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। लगातार पुलिस उनको रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है, एक बैरिकेड को तोड़ने की लगातार कोशिश की जा रही है। यहाँ से ड्रोन के माध्यम से इन तमाम लोगों की रिकॉर्डिंग भी की जा रही है। और यहाँ पर तस्वीरें देखिए, यहाँ पर जो है वाटर कैनन जो है वो शुरू हो चुका है। जो लोग हैं उनको कहीं ना कहीं हटाने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
का एक इतना बड़ा धमाका हुआ है, उसी घर में धमाका जो है हुआ है। ये बच्चा जो है
How is it that as per the FIR, 2 of the 5 men in the car are drunk, but the police claims they don't have a medical report and so cannot be certain? It's insane what the police is saying. And we cannot and we will not let you get away with it. How can a car hit a scooter and the driver of the scooter get entangled underneath a small car and get dragged for 14 kilometers and the body of the scooter driver found without any clothes on? And which police force anywhere in the world would register this to be and claim an accident? It's no accident. But what this tells me, after 10 years, the police in the national capital has learnt nothing. But let them know tonight that we are still around and that we, the people, will challenge their malice and their falsehoods with all the force and all the conviction at our command. There is never any grey for me. It's only black or white, a good or bad, truth or falsehood. And at the start of this year, I call upon all of you, my fellow citizens, respond as you did when I called on you to speak out during Nirbhaya. Justice has to be delivered. This has to be made a case in point. Justice for Delhi's daughter. Punishment for those who dared a cover up. Punishment for them.
More twists and turns in the Delhi hit and run case. The role of a second girl now emerges. The Delhi police refuses to take questions, dons silence for the 2-day delay. A massive protest in Haldwani over the anti-encroachment drive is another Shaheen Bagh under works. Anger peaks in the valley over back-to-back terror attacks in Rajouri. The NIA takes over the case. Thousands gather as India pays tribute to victims of terror in Jammu and Kashmir. Ahead of the 2023 Karnataka elections, a top BJP leader gives an open call for polarization in the state. Welcome viewers. We start this bulletin with the massive protests that are underway in Haldwani in Uttarakhand after the Uttarakhand High Court issued an eviction order to some 4,000 different encroachments that have been deemed to be encroachments and has asked them to vacate by the end of the week, after which demolition drive will be undertaken. There are a number of the families and number of people and those who work there and live there who are currently protesting. They've lived there, it appears, for a number of decades in many cases, and this is a sit-in dharna that is ongoing where roads are being blocked. We have Madhurima reporting from Haldwani for us, and Madhurima, we are also told that there are political parties who are emboldening the protesters as well. What can you tell us about all of the different angles in this protest? What's happening over there right now?
Well, Ankit, I'm reporting from the very area that is under the scanner. I'm requesting my camera person to show you around. And now the entire case is between the railways and the people living in this vicinity. Now you can see these are not just slums. The slums are in just 28 acres. And then is this vicinity. You can see there are pakka houses, there are small businesses over here. And now this has been contended by the railways that it is their land. And the Delhi High Court in a legitimate order has said that the people living in the vicinity have not been able to produce enough matter in front of the court that the court could give a ruling in their favor, and which is why a demolition drive has been ordered. We also have the eviction notice as well, so the proper formalities have been followed out. Now the second point to this entire matter is now political benefits are being minted out this entire matter. Now it is being said that the government is trying to target a certain section of the community. But right behind me is a temple, Ankit. Right behind me is a temple in the vicinity as well. And if this entire area goes down, this temple will go down along with it. So it's not just the mosque, it's not just a certain community, that if the encroachment drive happens, you can see then there is one more college over here, Lalit Inter College as well. Here we are bringing you these exclusive visuals from here which tell you the entire story, because the politicians that are trying to mint political benefit out of the entire situation are just highlighting a major section, that a major section is being attacked by the government. Point one, the government has no participation in this entire legal battle whatsoever, because the battle is between the railways and the people living in the vicinity. The people living here have been contending that they have registries, they have enough documents with them that show that they have been living here for past many decades, but at the same time contending the railways have better documents. They have the map of the entire area, they have architectural plans that show that this land belongs to the railways, and which is why the Delhi High Court, after hearing the matter in detail, had given an order in the favor of railways and have asked them to conduct a demolition drive by giving the people here 1 week's notice. The 1 week's notice was given on the 1st of January. But the people living here, of course, exercising their right to approach the Supreme Court, have approached the Supreme Court, and the Apex Court will be hearing the matter on January 5. And then we'll have to see that will the Supreme Court stand by what the Delhi High Court says, or will it further go on and hear the matter once again, and what it has to say upon the documents that are being presented by people living in the vicinity. I'll once again take you to the visuals over here. You can see right behind me is a business that is run by a certain community. Next to me, you can see that it's a Muslim household. Next to me is a Hindu household, and then there's a temple as well, then there's a college as well. So to mint political benefit out of it, or to give it a political to give it a political color, the Samajwadi Party, the Congress Party, they are coming forward and saying that the government is attacking a certain community. Now we bring these live visuals. These are live visuals, and the facts that we are presenting for viewers are the arguments that were presented in front of the Delhi High Court, and it is a High Court order. We have the eviction notice that also says that उच्च न्यायालय के द्वारा जो decisions लिए गए हैं उनके तहत that eviction notice has been given, but that has been challenged by people living here. 5th of January is the date when the Supreme Court will be hearing the matter, Ankit. But the more deeper question is it that why these opportunistic politicians are trying to enter this entire matter. The people here are conducting that they are not going to leave this place, like you were saying, that what happened in Delhi is going to be repeated here again. For the past 2 days, they have been sitting across these vicinities and protesting. But now they say that once the court will hear the matter, and whatever happens, what may happen, they are not going to vacate these lands. As you can see that the encroachment that has been alleged by the railways is to a very deeper level. It is not just the slums, it is not just mere colonies, it is an entire residential area. The way this entire land has been encroached, you can see that small businesses, pakka houses, proper buildings, proper bungalows are there, Ankit. And the railways has been contending since 2007 that this land belongs to them, and they would want their land back. The Delhi High Court has given a verdict in their order. Have given a verdict in their favor, and now we have to see what happens on January 5. The Apex Court will once again be hearing the entire matter, where the people living in this particular vicinity are saying that this land belongs to them. Let me also state some facts that there are around over 4,000 houses, around 50,000 residents that will be affected by this demolition drive. But since 2007, this case is going on, and it's going to take yet another turn on January 5th. We'll have to wait and watch for that. Ankit, back to you.
Right, Madhurima giving us a proper sense of what is in the vicinity over there, and it clearly looks like it is the cross section of any residential area. It's not specific to any community, at least on the face of it. Let's listen in now amid this protest to what some of the local officials, some of those who are involved and have a view on this, what they have been saying. Let's play those, please.
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वगैरह देना है वो रेलवे को देना है हमें शांति व्यवस्था के लिए हमने मजिस्ट्रेट और पुलिस फोर्स पर्याप्त मात्रा में हम लोगों ने डिमांड कर दी है और उनके रोकने की व्यवस्था कहाँ होगी उसकी व्यवस्थाएं हम लोग कर रहे हैं। अभी एसएसपी साहब और हम लोग भी स्वयं जा रहे हैं कि किन किन स्थानों पर अपनी फोर्स को हम लोग रुकवाएंगे और जैसे ही ये पब्लिकेशन वगैरह कर देते हैं मुनादी रेलवे कर देती है उसके एक सप्ताह के अंदर हम लोग आगे की कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित करेंगे।
शांति व्यवस्था कायम रखने इसको लेकर किस तरह से पूरा देखा जाए?
अब उसमें देखिए इसमें सभी से अपील यही रहेगी। अब चूँकि माननीय उच्च न्यायालय के आदेश हैं और उसका पालन हमें करना है और हमारी तो ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि जितने लोग अपनी व्यवस्था अभी से कर सकते हैं उन लोग को अभी से व्यवस्थाएँ कर लेनी।
आज हमने हमारा ये कल ही तय हो गया था, हमने कैंडल मार्च निकाला। कैंडल मार्च निकालने का हमने लोगों से यही अपील करी है किसी तरीके की कोई ऐसी वो ना करें और हमें उच्चतम न्यायालय पर पूरा भरोसा है। 2 तारीख को हमारी 2 या 3 तारीख में हमारा केस फाइल चुका, वहाँ से हमें ऊपर वाले से उम्मीद है कि हमें स्टे जरूर मिलेगा।
पास पर्याप्त मात्रा में फोर्स इस समय भी है, उपलब्ध है। 5 कंपनी हमारे पास पीएससी की है और आपका जो स्टेट की पुलिस है वो आपका अगले वीकेंड तक आ जाएगी पूरी और जो डिमांड की गई है सेंट्रल फोर्स की वो आपका मेरा है उम्मीद कि अतिक्रमण का जो हमारा अभियान शुरू होगा उससे पहले आ जाएगा। इसमें 10 ड्रोन और 20 वीडियो कैमरे की डिमांड हमने रेलवे से की है जिस पे उनके द्वारा सहमति दी गई है और इसमें वो हमें जल्दी उपलब्ध कराएंगे।
मानवता
The National Investigation
जो ग्राउंड बनते हैं मैनिटेरियन ग्राउंड्स पे हम लोग आ जाए। आप देख रहे हैं किस प्रकार से पारा गिरता जा रहा है और जो कड़ाके की ठंड पड़ रही है और 4500 मकान। ठीक है, हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट जा रहे हैं, अभी उसका मेंशन हुआ है, उसकी सुनवाई की कौन सी तारीख मिलती है, कई सारी चीज़ें हैं। तो ये सारी चीज़ों पे और प्लस जो कल ज्ञापन हमने सौंपा था माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के लिए तो उनसे हमने जानकारी ली कि संज्ञान मुख्यमंत्री जी को है, तो उन्होंने बताया कि पूरा संज्ञान भी है और हमने उनको अवेयर कराया कि 4500 अगर खुदा ना खास्ता 1% सुप्रीम कोर्ट से स्टे नहीं मिलता तो कैसी भयावह स्थिति उत्पन्न हो सकती है। तो ये सारी जानकारी क्योंकि ज़िला के हमारे अधिकारी हैं और पुराने अधिकारी हैं, अनुभवी अधिकारी हैं, तो ये सारी चीज़ों से अवगत भी उन्हें कराया और जो आपने देखा होगा कल एक मिसाल कायम हुई। आप इतना बड़ा यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट हुआ लेकिन एक भी आपने देखा होगा ना नारा लगा, ना मुर्दाबाद हुई, ना जिंदाबाद हुई। तो ऐसी मिसाल कायम करी, लोग अभी भी शांतिपूर्वक तरीके से न्यायपालिका न्याय प्रक्रिया पे विश्वास कर रहे हैं। बस जो प्रदेश की सरकार है उसको जागने की आवश्यकता है। डीएम साहब से हमने संदेश प्रदेश की सरकार को पहुँचाने का कार्य करा।
Heard there the views of a number of people who are somehow related to the protest or also the local officials over there, and I also thank Madhurima for sharing such a keen and deep look at what is the prevailing situation in Haldwani. Clearly a developing situation over there. There is a Supreme Court hearing to come. On the other hand, an eviction notice has been sent to all of the people that live there. The politicians claim that it is targeting a particular community, but it really looks like it is a cross section of society over there. There are schools there as well. There are shops there also. We are tracking this very closely. I thank Madhurima for joining us for this, and we'll show you also now what has taken place in Jammu. Here's a report by Gursimran on the twin terror attacks that have taken place there. Let's take a look.
The National Investigation Agency team will be reaching here in a short while from now. Once the families will head towards the cremation ground, possibly after the cremation is performed, the teams of the National Investigation Agency will land at the site where the firing incident has taken place in the 4 houses, followed by the ID blast that has happened yesterday morning at 9:40 that took the life of 2 minors and leaving 8 injured. Apart from that, we are also getting to know that the many central agencies are also camping here in Rajouri along with the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, and after yesterday's meeting, a strategy has been charted out to neutralize the terrorist, and the agency is saying that they in themselves have fixed a deadline that within a shortest possible time, those two perpetrators who have carried out this act of terror, they needs to be neutralized at an earlier. So, and strategy has been charted out, and now the intensified searches have been launched in the upper reaches, in the ridges, and also in the areas where there is a high possibility that the terrorists can take the shelter, and that's why a major counterinsurgency operations are underway in the Rajouri district.
Viewers, we have a lot more coming up. There have been more twists and turns in the Delhi hit and run case. The role of a second girl has also now emerged. We'll tell you more about that. And ahead of the 2023 Karnataka polls, a top BJP leader has given an open call for polarization. We'll tell you about that as well. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a few seconds.
This is Samiksha Srivastava reporting from Mumbai, and this is Republic.
Yet another incident of stampede was reported from Guntur, where the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu was the chief guest here. Well, it was a program of a foundation. This is the very ground, and there was a huge cry over the gifts being distributed at the back end, and this is the very place where a lot of movement, and that is why we see that 3 people have lost their life, and also at the same time several others are said to be injured, and they are undergoing treatment at the hospital.
Right now we are in the Dangri village where the cordon and the search operations are on, where the terrorists have taken away the lives of 4 Hindu civilians after identifying them via their ID cards, and intensified searches are underway. Those terrorists, the security forces are trying to identify at an earliest and also to neutralize them. The Indian Army has been deployed in every nook and the corner of the area.
There is a huge crowd of people who have come and they are demanding justice for Anjali. They are saying that they are not convinced by the police theory. They feel that Anjali was actually assaulted and then brutally murdered. Again, dramatic visuals being seen. The protesters have just surrounded the car. They are just banging the car of this official. So you can see that they have banged the vehicle and they have broken the windshield, and you can see the official is running away. The official is running away.
एलजी साहब इस्तीफा दो, हाथ में पोस्टर लेकर के लगातार आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता, नेता और तमाम लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। लगातार पुलिस उनको रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है, एक बैरिकेड को तोड़ने की लगातार कोशिश की जा रही है। यहाँ से ड्रोन के माध्यम से इन तमाम लोगों की रिकॉर्डिंग भी की जा रही है। और यहाँ पर तस्वीरें देखिए, यहाँ पर जो है वाटर कैनन जो है वो शुरू हो चुका है। जो लोग हैं उनको कहीं ना कहीं हटाने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
का एक इतना बड़ा धमाका हुआ है, उसी घर में धमाका जो है हुआ है। ये बच्चा जो है, इसे भी यहाँ पर माइनर इंजरीज जो हैं वो यहाँ पर आई हैं। आप देखिए, भारतीय सेना जो है वो यहाँ पे इंजर्ड्स को लेकर जा रही है। ये देखिए, इंजर्ड्स को यहाँ पर लेकर जाया जा रहा है। 2 महिलाएं घायल हुई हैं और एक बच्चे को मामूली तौर पर चोटें जो हैं वो आई हैं। अब भारतीय सेना की एम्बुलेंस में डालकर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के जवान जो है वो उन्हें यहाँ पर रेस्क्यू कर रहे हैं।
Yet another incident of stampede was reported from Guntur, where the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu was the chief guest here. Well, it was a program of a foundation. This is the very ground, and there was a huge cry over the gifts being distributed at the back end, and this is the very place where a lot of movement, and that is why we see that 3 people have lost their life, and also
I'm Gursimran Singh in Jammu, and this is Republic.
Welcome back, viewers. The country is still reeling by the events of what happened in Delhi on the night of the New Year's Eve, the first day of the year, when a 20-year-old woman, Anjali, was hit by a car and dragged on the Delhi roads for about 13 kilometers. She died as a result, and there have been non-stop protests seeking justice for her. 5 people who were in the car, a silver-colored small car at the time, have been arrested by the Delhi police. But there are a number of questions that have been raised against the police, and there are a number of revelations that have also come. We'll first go to Shivangi, who is reporting at the Sultanpuri police station. Now, Shivangi, I believe that the persons who were in the car have now spoken about whether or not they knew someone was being dragged along, and also what kind of state they were in at that time. What more can you tell us, Shivangi? Over to you.
Right, Ankit. So right now I'm just outside the Sultanpuri police station, and very, very fast developments have happened today. Now, when you spoke about the accused have denied that they even knew somebody was under the car. So that has been what the accused are saying. The family saying that there was something more. It was a brutal murder. Remember, a short while back, we have come to know that a post-mortem report has revealed that there was no sexual assault taking place. Our sources have said that, Ankit. So we have to make sure that now the story is developing very, very fast, Ankit. And a short while back, the Delhi police also had a press conference where they said that the second girl with the victim, she's being interrogated right now, and she's cooperating. So we are seeing that slowly the story is moving forward, but many, many questions being raised right now. And as we report outside the Sultanpuri police station, and like you were mentioning, Ankit, and I'm going to tell our viewers the same thing as well, a lot of anger against the Delhi police for the past 2 days. We have seen the family members come out. Remember yesterday there was anger on the streets. Protest after protest, multiple protests outside the LG's office, multiple protests also in Sultanpuri, where the family is saying that something is wrong. It's not an accident. We saw that the family members, protesters, they even had gone ahead and they had broken the windshield of police cars. So that's the kind of anger that we have seen. But now, the latest is that a CCTV
Shivangi, stay with us. Shivangi, while you bring us this information, stay with us. We have Mr. A.K. Jain, former Uttar Pradesh DGP, who is joining us right now. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Now, Mr. Jain, first of all, there are a number of questions against the police that if such a gory incident has taken place on a night when there should be checking every couple of 100 meters, why did the police not spot this at all?
It is very surprising. To me also, it is very surprising. On 31st December night, police is supposed to be there on the roads, entire police force. They are not supposed to sit inside police stations or outposts. They should be on the roads. Even senior officers are doing patrolling on the roads. So there should have been PCR vans, there should have been nakas, police should have been there. And if it is not there, for 12 kilometers, it is very, very surprising. And Delhi police must introspect and take stock of the situation.
Now, one of the things that everyone is pointing out, which really doesn't make any sense, is how if there are 5 people in this car and they're dragging someone along underneath the undercarriage, how did they not know that this was happening? And also, shouldn't the Delhi police have rung them over the coals over that? Should they not have been asked over and over again whether they knew or they did not?
They are telling a lie. It's a blatant lie. They were fully aware of it. How can they not be aware of it? They are absolutely, they are telling a lie. They should be sternly, they should be interrogated. They will confess. They wanted to dispose of the dead body in the way. That's why they took a U-turn also. But because the girl, her legs got stuck in the axle, so that's why they couldn't get rid of her. So they are telling a lie. Even loud music, high speed, anything, you will immediately come to know. Even if a small bird is under your tire, you come to know. So when a girl's body is there, how is it possible that they were not aware of it?
Right, absolutely. Mr. Jain, you've been DGP of Uttar Pradesh. Protocol-wise, did the Delhi police err in not adding the relevant sections? Did they speak too soon, declaring it an accident and no other motive, for instance? Do you think they jumped the gun in a number of ways?
It is not a case of 304A as claimed by Delhi police. It's a normal practice that if you hit and run, 304 is slapped on the person. These five fellows, criminals, they were dragging the body for 12 kilometers. It is such a sensational case. It is fit to book them under 302, not even under 304, and it can be justified in a court of law. So they were wrong in booking the culprits under 304A. They should have taken the family members into confidence. I don't think it's a case of rape, but it's a case of 304, clear-cut case of 304, and they should be charge sheeted, and it should be ensured that they are not bailed out for months.
Right. Absolutely. I thank Mr. A.K. Jain, former UP DGP, for joining us and being forthright with his views on this very gory and horrific case in New Delhi. Viewers, thank you, Mr. Jain.
Thank you.
We have a lot more coming up, viewers. There's been a massive protest in Haldwani. It's still going on over an anti-encroachment drive ordered by the High Court. Is there another Shaheen Bagh in the works? And also, anger has peaked in the valley over back-to-back terror attacks in Rajouri. The NIA has taken over the case. We'll get you all the details in just a few seconds. Stay with us.
का एक इतना बड़ा धमाका हुआ है, उसी घर में धमाका जो है हुआ है। ये बच्चा जो है, इसे भी यहाँ पर माइनर इंजरीज जो हैं वो यहाँ पर आई हैं। आप देखिए, भारतीय सेना जो है वो यहाँ पे इंजर्ड्स को लेकर जा रही है। ये देखिए, इंजर्ड्स को यहाँ पर लेकर जाया जा रहा है। 2 महिलाएं घायल हुई हैं और एक बच्चे को मामूली तौर पर चोटें जो हैं वो आई हैं। अब भारतीय सेना की एम्बुलेंस में डालकर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के जवान जो है वो उन्हें यहाँ पर रेस्क्यू कर रहे हैं।
Yet another incident of stampede was reported from Guntur, where the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu was the chief guest here. Well, it was a program of a foundation. This is the very ground, and there was a huge cry over the gifts being distributed at the back end, and this is the very place where a lot of movement, and that is why we see that 3 people have lost their life, and also at the same time several others are said to be injured, and they are undergoing treatment at the hospital.
Right now we are in the Dangri village where the cordon and the search operations are on, where the terrorists have taken away the lives of 4 Hindu civilians after identifying them via their ID cards, and intensified searches are underway. Those terrorists, the security forces are trying to identify at an earliest and also to neutralize them. The Indian Army has been deployed in every nook and the corner of the area.
There is a huge crowd of people who have come and they are demanding justice for Anjali. They are saying that they are not convinced by the police theory. They feel that Anjali was actually assaulted and then brutally murdered. Again, dramatic visuals being seen. The protesters have just surrounded the car. They are just banging the car of this official. So you can see that they have banged the vehicle and they have broken the windshield. And you can see the official is running away. The official is running away.
एलजी साहब इस्तीफा दो, हाथ में पोस्टर लेकर के लगातार आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता, नेता और तमाम लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। लगातार पुलिस उनको रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है, एक बैरिकेड को तोड़ने की लगातार कोशिश की जा रही है। यहाँ से ड्रोन के माध्यम से इन तमाम लोगों की रिकॉर्डिंग भी की जा रही है। और यहाँ पर तस्वीरें देखिए, यहाँ पर जो है वाटर कैनन जो है वो शुरू हो चुका है। जो लोग हैं उनको कहीं ना कहीं हटाने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
का एक इतना बड़ा धमाका हुआ है, उसी घर में धमाका जो है हुआ है। ये बच्चा जो है, इसे भी यहाँ पर माइनर इंजरीज जो हैं वो यहाँ पर आई हैं। आप देखिए, भारतीय सेना जो है वो यहाँ पे इंजर्ड्स को लेकर जा रही है। ये देखिए, इंजर्ड्स को यहाँ पर लेकर जाया जा रहा है। 2 महिलाएं घायल हुई हैं और एक बच्चे को मामूली तौर पर चोटें जो हैं वो आई हैं। अब भारतीय सेना की एम्बुलेंस में डालकर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के जवान जो है वो उन्हें यहाँ पर रेस्क्यू कर रहे हैं।
Yet another incident of stampede was reported from Guntur, where the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu was the chief guest here. Well, it was a program of a foundation. This is the very ground, and there was a huge cry over the gifts being distributed at the back end, and this is the very place where a lot of movement, and that is why we see that 3 people have lost their life, and also at the same time several others are said to be injured, and they are undergoing treatment at the hospital.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार काम कर रही है और जो हमारे पर्वतीय इलाके हैं और हमारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट की जो क्षेत्र हैं उसमें बॉर्डर रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहा है और आज लगभग 28 प्रोजेक्ट्स का लोकार्पण मैंने किया है।
जी जी सर, जिस तरह से ये एलएसी के पास ही बिल्कुल बना है, ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाता है आर्मी की जाने आवागमन
रणनीतिक दृष्टि से भी, स्ट्रेटेजिक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से भी इन सब सारे रोड्स की अहमियत रहती है। वैसे हम लोगों का लक्ष्य यही रहता है कि हमारे सीमा पर रहने वाले जो हमारे भारतवासी हैं, माताएं बहनें हैं, भाई हैं, उनकी आवागमन की सुख सुविधाएं ये बढ़ सकें।
जी सर, तवांग की झड़प के बाद आपका ये पहला दौरा है, एक बड़ा मैसेज चीन के लिए भी?
नहीं, किसी को हम मैसेज नहीं देना चाहते हैं जी। ये तो स्वाभाविक विकास कार्य था, इसलिए मैं यहाँ पर आया हूँ।
And a lot more news coming up, viewers. As anger peaks in the valley over the back-to-back terror attacks in Rajouri, the NIA has taken over the case. We'll tell you all about that.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
एलजी साहब इस्तीफा दो, हाथ में पोस्टर लेकर के लगातार आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता, नेता और तमाम लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। लगातार पुलिस उनको रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है, एक बैरिकेड को तोड़ने की लगातार कोशिश की जा रही है। यहाँ से ड्रोन के माध्यम से इन तमाम लोगों की रिकॉर्डिंग भी की जा रही है। और यहाँ पर तस्वीरें देखिए, यहाँ पर जो है वाटर कैनन जो है वो शुरू हो चुका है। जो लोग हैं उनको कहीं ना कहीं हटाने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
का एक इतना बड़ा धमाका हुआ है, उसी घर में धमाका जो है हुआ है। ये बच्चा जो है, इसे भी यहाँ पर माइनर इंजरीज जो हैं वो यहाँ पर आई हैं। आप देखिए, भारतीय सेना जो है वो यहाँ पे इंजर्ड्स को लेकर जा रही है। ये देखिए, इंजर्ड्स को यहाँ पर लेकर जाया जा रहा है। 2 महिलाएं घायल हुई हैं और एक बच्चे को मामूली तौर पर चोटें जो हैं वो आई हैं। अब भारतीय सेना की एम्बुलेंस में डालकर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के जवान जो है वो उन्हें यहाँ पर रेस्क्यू कर रहे हैं।
Yet another incident of stampede was reported from Guntur, where the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu was the chief guest here. Well, it was a program of a foundation. This is the very ground, and there was a huge cry over the gifts being distributed at the back end, and this is the very place where a lot of movement, and that is why we see that 3 people have lost their life, and also at the same time several others are said to be injured, and they are undergoing treatment at the hospital.
Right now we are in the Dangri village where the cordon and the search operations are on, where the terrorists have taken away the lives of 4 Hindu civilians after identifying them via their ID cards, and intensified searches are underway. Those terrorists, the security forces are trying to identify at an earliest and also to neutralize them. The Indian Army has been deployed in every nook and the corner of the area.
There is a huge crowd of people who have come and they are demanding justice for Anjali. They are saying that they are not convinced by the police theory. They feel that Anjali was actually assaulted and then brutally murdered. Again, dramatic visuals being seen. The protesters have just surrounded the car. They are just banging the car of this official. So you can see that they have banged the vehicle and they have broken the windshield, and you can see the official is running away. The official is running away.
एलजी साहब इस्तीफा दो, हाथ में पोस्टर लेकर के लगातार आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता, नेता और तमाम लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। लगातार पुलिस उनको रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है, एक बैरिकेड को तोड़ने की लगातार कोशिश की जा रही है। यहाँ से ड्रोन के माध्यम से इन तमाम लोगों की रिकॉर्डिंग भी की जा रही है। और यहाँ पर तस्वीरें देखिए, यहाँ पर जो है वाटर कैनन जो है वो शुरू हो चुका है। जो लोग हैं उनको कहीं ना कहीं हटाने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
का एक इतना बड़ा धमाका हुआ है, उसी घर में धमाका जो है हुआ है। ये बच्चा जो है, इसे भी यहाँ पर माइनर इंजरीज जो है वो यहाँ पर आई हैं। आप देखिए भारतीय सेना जो है
breaking news coming in. The police has recorded the statement of hotel staff. This is after 48 hours of that ghastly hit and run case. Furthermore, records have also been collected of the victim and her friend. This is the latest that is just coming in. The statement of the hotel staff where the victim and her friend had booked. The hotel staff has now put out their statement, and the police has also gotten details of both the girls in terms of when they had registered, how long they were there in the hotel, what had happened, because so far reports suggest that the hotel staff had asked them to leave after they indulged in that brawl. The brawl that was visible on CCTV just outside the hotel. And this is the same friend of the victim who was a pillion rider with her when the accident happened. Shivangi is joining us live. Shivangi, give us details of police having recorded the statement of the hotel staff, what they've said in terms of when the victim and her friend had booked that hotel or a room that they had booked, whether there were two rooms, what could have been the reason for the brawl and what did passers-by hear, any of the accused, whether they were booked in the same hotel, because that is also something that is floating in terms of the certain reports suggesting that, and also how long did they stay, when did they leave until that accident happened?
Right. Suesha and our viewers, right now, let me tell you first, we are reporting right outside the police station in Sultanpuri, and we are getting back-to-back updates. So the latest updates our viewers are seeing right now is a statement of the hotel staff that has been recorded. Now, a short while back, Suesha, the statement, the interrogation and detention of the people. Remember, there were some men who were seen talking to the two girls in that hotel. They were also detained, they were also questioned, and after that we saw that CCTV footage. In the CCTV footage, a third tape which is out where you can see the victim and her friend, they are involved in a brawl. They are fighting. Now, why they were fighting, what happened, that of course we'll come to know later. That there's no clarity on what really happened. Of course we know, but we know that once the scooty had hit that car, Suesha, the friend has fled. Now we know that the name is registered there in the hotel. So a lot of questions right now being raised. Now the brawl video which we showed to all our viewers was around 1:16 a.m. at night. 1:16 a.m. at night, Suesha. So right now, of course, a lot of questions being raised. Now we know. What do we know? We know that the two friends were together. They were having a brawl outside the hotel. We know there were some men inside as well. Those men were seen talking to the girls by the hotel staff. They have been questioned. And number 3, now the hotel staff has been questioned. Back-to-back updates coming here right now, Suesha. A short while back also, the Delhi police had a press conference. They said that the girl is being interrogated and she is cooperating. So we are seeing back-to-back updates, and of course a lot of questions right now being raised that what really happened. Was the security not tight enough at night? Remember, Harsha, our colleague has done these late night reports to understand what happens. Is there enough police personnel at night? Suesha, back to you in the studios.
Right. And of course, we are tracking every development very closely. For the moment, Shivangi, thank you for joining us. We now move on to Superfast News, the top 50 stories we are tracking for you this afternoon.
In fresh CCTV tapes accessed by Republic, the victim can be seen with an accomplice revealing a brawl angle. The girl was with the victim at the time of the accident. She suffered injuries and fled from the spot while the victim got dragged under the car. The girl riding with the victim has been traced by the Delhi police and her statement has been recorded. Republic also has accessed 3 CCTV tapes from the day of the incident. There are major twists and turns in this Delhi hit-and-run case. The focus is now on the victim's friend, who was privy to everything that had happened. Furthermore, the Delhi police is assured for a thorough investigation.
डिसीज्ड के साथ एक और लड़की थी और उसके मुताबिक ये जो घटना घटी है उस टाइम पर वो थी और उसको कोई इंजरी नहीं हुई थी और वो उठकर वहाँ से चली गई थी। और इस मुद्दे में हमने जो भी एफर्ट्स किए हैं कल, उसका परिणाम ये रहा कि अब हमारे पास एक इंसिडेंट की आई विटनेस है और वो पुलिस के साथ कोऑपरेट कर रही है।
Republic has learned that during custodial interrogation, the accused have confessed that they were drunk. Sources suggest that the driver felt something was stuck, but others encouraged him to keep driving. Furthermore, the police has detained some boys for questioning who were seen with the girls at a hotel. Postmortem report of the 20-year-old victim that was conducted last evening. The results are out. The postmortem report states that there was no sexual assault on the victim. However, the report is yet to be submitted to the Delhi police. Delhi Police Commissioner Sanjay Arora has reached the Ministry of Home Affairs and a meeting was held with the Home Secretary. MHA was briefed on the ongoing hit-and-run case. Supreme Court has granted interim bail to suspended Jharkhand cadre IS officer Pooja Singhal in a money laundering case to look after her ailing daughter. The top court has now listed the suspended IS officer's plea for hearing on the 6th of February. Live bombshell was found near Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Man's residence in Chandigarh. A bomb disposal squad was present on the spot where the army used robots to lift the bombshell. Kerala Governor Arif Mohammed Khan has approved Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's recommendation to re-induct CPIM leader Saji Cherian as minister. Sources claim that Cherian will be administered the oath of office on Wednesday at 4 p.m. PM Modi inaugurated the 108th edition of the Indian Science Congress through video conferencing. The theme of the event is Science and Technology for Sustainable Development with Women Empowerment.
देश की सोच केवल ये नहीं है कि हम साइंस के जरिए विमेन एम्पावरमेंट करें, बल्कि हम विमेन की भागीदारी से साइंस का भी एम्पावरमेंट करें, साइंस और रिसर्च को नई गति दें, ये हमारा लक्ष्य है।
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh reached Siang district in Arunachal Pradesh to inaugurate the strategically important Siam Bridge. This event marked the first visit of the Defence Minister post the Tawang clash.
दृष्टि से भी, स्ट्रेटेजिक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से भी इन सब सारे रोड्स की अहमियत रहती है। वैसे हम लोगों का लक्ष्य यही रहता है कि हमारे सीमा पर रहने वाले जो हमारे भारतवासी हैं, माताएं बहनें हैं, भाई हैं, उनकी आवागमन की सुख सुविधाएं ये बढ़ सकें।
NIA team visited Dhangri village where terrorists killed 6 people. The NIA team will now take into account the incidents, working jointly with the Jammu and Kashmir police team. Hundreds of people, including top officials, gathered at the cremation ground in Dhangri village of Rajouri district where the last rites of 6 civilians killed in a terrorist attack took place. Amid terror infiltration possibility from across the border, Deputy Commissioner imposed Section 144 within 1 kilometer of the international border. Restrictions to remain in force from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. during which no person will be allowed to move in the area. Family of 5 were killed in a 6-vehicle pileup on the Trichy-Chennai National Highway in Tamil Nadu's Kuddalore district. The vehicles in the pileup were 2 private buses, 2 lorries and 2 cars. The deceased are yet to be identified. One intruder was shot down by BSF at Channa BOP in Gurdaspur. The accused had crossed the border and was shot down by 72 Battalion of BSF. Further search operations are underway. A controversial remark was made by BJP leader Nalin Katil, where he asked people to not speak about small issues like road and sewage. He further added, to get rid of love jihad, we need BJP in power. 2 DMK functionaries harassed a female police personnel during a DMK public meeting. After the police took action to arrest those individuals, DMK men stopped the police from arresting them. Congress MLA Sunil Saraf has been booked for firing with a pistol on the occasion of his New Year party. A video of the incident went viral where the Congress MLA can be seen dancing on stage and firing with a revolver. BJP hits out at Madhya Pradesh Congress MLA Sunil Saraf, who was seen on tape for the alleged firing of a gun in the air while dancing at a New Year's Eve function in Anuppur district. BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawala lambasted the Congress party, saying lawmakers have become lawbreakers.
This is a man who's supposed to be a lawmaker, but then the lawmaker himself becomes a lawbreaker. And this is nothing new. He has had many such controversies in the past also. Today the question is that, is this Bharat Jodo Yatra or is it criminal elements, criminal dawn Jodo Yatra?
Massive protests are underway in Haldwani in Uttarakhand over an anti-encroachment drive. The eviction drive was ordered by the High Court over encroached railway land. Protesters backed by political parties are staging a sit-in dharna, blocking roads and alleging that the drive is to target the minority community. Seer Sri Siddheshwara Swamiji passed away at the age of 82. Lakhs of devotees were gathered to pay last respects ahead of the final rites. A Russian national who was working as a chief engineer in a cargo ship was found dead on board in Odisha. This is the 3rd Russian who was found dead in the state within a span of 2 weeks. Marine police, along with other authorities, are carrying out an investigation. Vande Bharat Express suffered another setback in West Bengal as bricks were thrown at the train near Samsi Kumarganj of the Kathia division. The train was returning to Howrah when a C13 coach was pelted with stones from outside. An MSTC bus caught fire due to a short circuit. The bus was carrying 65 passengers who were going from Thane to Bhivandi. All passengers were rescued safely. No casualty has been reported so far. A 5-judge constitution bench ruled that no additional restrictions other than those prescribed under Article 19(2) of the Constitution can be imposed on right to free speech of a citizen, says the restrictions under Article 19(2) is exhaustive. A large number of Afghan Americans protested outside the White House in Washington. Slogans were raised to protest against the recent ban on women's education in Afghanistan. A pilot, 2 British visitors and a Sydney woman were identified as the 4 people killed in a collision between 2 helicopters at an Australian tourist hotspot. Ultra-nationalist Israeli cabinet minister Jerusalem Holy Site for the first time since taking office, Itamar Ben-Gvir, entered the site known to Jews as the Temple Mount. Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. flew to China for a 3-day state visit, alluding to the 2 countries' territorial dispute in the South China Sea. He said that he looks forward to discussing bilateral and regional political and security issues. 3 people died after a fire broke out in a hotel in Scotland. 60 firefighters were deployed to battle the blaze at the New County Hotel in Perth. Emergency services were reportedly called in and a joint investigation is now underway. Katie Hobbs took the oath of office to become Arizona's 24th governor and the first Democrat to hold office since 2009. A public inauguration for Hobbs and others taking statewide offices is scheduled for Thursday. Hundreds of people marked the third anniversary of the deaths of Abu Mahdi al-Mohandes and General Qasem Soleimani, head of Iran's elite force in Baghdad. Both leaders were killed on the 3rd of January 2020 in a US airstrike near Baghdad's international airport ordered by the then US President Donald Trump. Former Clark County Sheriff Joe Lombardo has become Nevada's 31st governor. He took office on a vow to raise criminal penalties, diversify the economy, and become America's education governor. Residents in California's Central Valley region are bracing for another round of powerful storms after flooding from New Year's Eve killed one person and forced the evacuation of people in low-lying areas, including more than 1,000 inmates at a county jail. 2 days after their homes were destroyed following a Russian rocket attack, residents in Kiev continued to clean up the damage while mourning the loss of 36-year-old resident Irina. It is the latest attack suffered by Ukraine in a week, which has already seen one of the most brutal one-day bombardments of the war-torn country by Russian missiles. Severe weather moved through Arkansas, knocking out power and causing damage to a school. No immediate word of any injuries were reported. Flower-covered floats, marching bands and equestrian units celebrated the New Year at 134th Rose Parade. The annual floral spectacle offered the optimistic theme of turning the corner for 2023, and former US Representative Gabby Giffords served as Grand Marshal. Rising floodwaters caused local officials to order the evacuation of the Point Pleasant community near the Cosmunes River in South Sacramento. Another storm is forecast to hit the area this weekend, with forecasters anticipating up to 2 inches of rain in the valley and snow of up to 2 feet in the mountains. Joe Biden returned at the White House following a vacation in the U.S. Virgin Islands. He, along with other top officials, will open this new year of divided government by fanning out across the country, focusing on how the economy is benefiting from his work. Jake DeBrusque scored twice as Atlantic Division leaders of the Boston Bruins recorded a dramatic comeback victory over the Pittsburgh Penguins in their NHL Winter Classic contest at Fenway Park. Alright, we just cut across to these live pictures where, remember, in the Delhi hit and run case, the postmortem of the victim that got completed last evening. The report is already out, yet to be submitted to the Delhi police. Those are the mortal remains of the victim on your screens right now, where the body is being moved out of Azad Hospital. Piyush Ori is now joining us live on the broadcast. Piyush, this is a case that has shaken the entire country, and so many twists and turns that are now emerging. This, as the lapses of the Delhi police have certainly been the center of focus. But give us details of where is the victim's body now being taken, because the family had claimed that unless and until the postmortem report comes to them, they will not perform the last rites as they seek justice for their daughter. What's the next step?
So, as you just mentioned, I want to just tell you that the post-mortem report has already come out. It has been shared with the family. It's a 10-page post-mortem report. And I want to tell you over here that as the body of that girl comes out, it has been revealed that there has been no sexual assault. And the family, it seems now, at least we on the face of it, we had a word with the brother that they seem convinced that there is no sexual assault, but they still are going to press for the murder charges of that 20-year-old. And this, I'm speaking at a time when the body of the 20-year-old is just about to come out and is going to be taken to the cremation center at Mangolpuri in West Delhi. So yes, what I can tell you from here is that there is a lot of buzz which is going on. The mother's brother is there collecting the body of the victim. From there, it will be taken probably to the residence where the last rites, where every family member of that girl is going to see her for the last time, and then it's going to be taken for the cremation. But also the most important part over here to be noted is that as per the post-mortem, there has been no sexual assaulted as per the police. And even the family now is trying to get convinced from this claim that there has been no sexual assault. However, as I said, there will be so many twists and turns in this case that there can be no final word in this case. And ultimately, it will all be revealed that finally what comes out from the Delhi police thorough investigation. They've already got over with the one-day remand of the police. And now, from here, the body is being taken from Maulana Azad Medical College. But the investigation in this case is still continuing. Back to the studio.
Oh yes, and it is also now important to get details because the police is already being criticized. It's been 48 hours and the very slow pace of this investigation. We also understand, Piyush, that the Delhi police has recorded the statements of the hotel staff where both the victim and her friend were. They've also now taken the statement of the victim's friend who was with her until the accident happened. Any details of what has come in from their versions?
Well, the Delhi police, ever since they have been facing a lot of backlash over the way they have conducted this theory, have been quite tight-lipped in many cases. As I said, that there will be so many twists and turns in this case that it is not clear of where exactly as of now this investigation is going. Though the Delhi police may be claiming that this is a case of mishap, and today it got a major breakthrough from its side after the post-mortem report revealed that there was no sexual assault. But today there was another twist and turn when the 20-year-old victim was seen with another girl. And as what we have been told is that the Delhi police has recorded the statement of the hotel staff where this 20-year-old victim was found. Now, what breakthrough will it result in them getting vital leads in this case is only going to be seen from here on. But so far, the report from here at Maulana Azad Medical College is that the body of the 20-year-old has been taken from Maulana Azad Medical College to her place at Mangolpuri, where it's going to be finally cremated. Back to the studio.
There have been...
Oh yes, that certainly is. And in the very horrific state that the victim's body was recovered, Piyush, where there were no clothes on her body, and they say that the side that scraped on the road for 13 long kilometers, how many of her body parts were actually completely finished in that very, very brutal hit and run case. But Piyush, now tell us further of what the family is saying, because the sexual assault part of the investigation which the family was pressing upon and asking the police to probe, that is certainly something that is ruled out in the post-mortem report. So what is the family saying now?
The family seems to be
I'd also like to bring in Shivangi, who's live with us. Shivangi? Yes. Piyush, tell us please.
Yeah, which is surprising in a way. Because just yesterday they were saying that they were not convinced of what may have happened with this 20-year-old, and this was not a case of mishap. But today, when the postmortem report came, we had a word with them. We had a word with the family. The bites also have been recorded on the camera, and what they told us was that in a way they said that they were convinced that this 20-year-old may not have been sexually assaulted. However, as I said, that there is more than what meets the eye in this case. There are a lot of aspects that still needs to be investigated by the Delhi police. The 5 accused,
वो उसमें किसी भी तरीके की इंजरी नहीं पाई गई है, तो सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट मुझे नहीं लग रहा है इस केस में। अब जो ये 302 धारा पे जो मर्डर का केस है, वही हम लोग इसको पुलिस से
टक्कर से मौत हुई है या फिर घसीटे जाने से मौत?
सर, घसीटे जाने से मौत हुई है।
ये पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट
मैं आपको क्या बता रहा हूँ, 10 पेज की पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट है। मैं आप लोगों के साथ बैठ के पूरी रिपोर्ट साझा करूंगा। हम लोग
अभी इनिशियली क्या बताया है?
कैसे कह रहे हैं फिर आप?
सर, मैं मर्डर यही कह रहा हूँ मैम कि 2 बजे वहाँ पर गाड़ी पाई जाती है, मूलथल से वो लोग आ रहे थे, वहाँ पर वो गाड़ी के अपने लाइट टिम कर रहे हैं, ये प्रोजेक्टेड मर्डर है।
पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में पुलिस ने आपको क्या बताया है?
पुलिस ने हमें, देखिए, हमारा मेन कंसर्न जो रिपोर्ट में था वो था सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट का। सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट नहीं है उसमें, बाकी रिपोर्ट 10 पेज की है।
आप खुद डॉक्टर हैं, आपको क्या समझ में आया?
सर, मुझे यही समझ में आया है कि सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट उस बच्ची के साथ नहीं हुआ है, बट और भी जो जानकारी है वो हम
फैमिली संतुष्ट है। पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट से फैमिली संतुष्ट है?
अभी हम संतुष्ट हैं और हम इसको रिव्यू करेंगे।
क्या कह रहे हैं? क्या आया पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में? पोस्टमार्टम में घिसटने से हत्या हुई है। हाँ, घिसटने से। आप सैटिस्फाइड हैं? सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट भी हुआ है? आप रेप की बात है? आप एक मिनट मौसा जी, एक मिनट
Alright, so while the sexual assault angle has been ruled out, there is a whole new twist to this case with the CCTV tape that has emerged. A short while ago, we showed you how the girl along with her friend had entered into a brawl just outside of that Oyo hotel that they had booked, and this is the latest CCTV tape that has just emerged, the 4th tape that has been accessed by Republic. We're trying to ascertain details of what this tape is establishing. So in this tape, 4 men can be seen talking to Nidhi outside the hotel at about 1:03 a.m. This is a little before the brawl, where 4 men can be seen talking to the victim's friend outside the hotel. So quickly putting down the sequence of events of what we know so far. At close to 1:03 a.m. is when 4 men are seen talking to the victim's friend outside the hotel, where both of them were booked, the victim and her friend. Few minutes after, the victim came outside, and on camera, both of them were seen entering into a brawl. Of course, the police has recorded the statement of the hotel staff and also the victim's friend, who said that she fled from the spot when the accident happened because she was scared for herself. But you see in those pictures, the victim's friend can be clearly seen talking to 4 other men. Who are these men? Are they the accused, or some of them who are those who've been accused? We don't know yet. That confirmation has not come in. But this is certainly established on camera that victim's friend was talking to 4 other men. Who were these men? Were they also living in that hotel? Were they men that only the victim's friend knew, or the victim also knew them? When they came outside, what was being discussed? Shivangi, I want to come to you over this new CCTV tape that Republic has just been able to access, because really these tapes that are quite helping join the dots. A whole new twist that has emerged in this case with the the previous CCTV footage of the victim entering into a brawl with her friend, and then both of them sat on that scooty and left until the accident happened. Now, this is a few moments before that, where the victim's friend is seen on camera talking to 4 men. Who were these men?
Right. Well, Suesha, our viewers can watch exclusive visuals very, very carefully. If you watch exclusive visuals, you can see how multiple men, 4 men are, they are talking to the other girl, not the victim, but the friend. Now, that is 1:03 a.m. And when did the brawl happen? 1:16 a.m. 1:16 a.m. And one more thing, I mean, you are raising very natural questions, and these questions need to be investigated. Remember that some men were already detained. Now, these men were present in that hotel and they were detained, they were questioned by the police. And we know that there are 5 people accused in this case. Now, there are 4 men in that CCTV footage. So the questions you are raising, and these questions have to be investigated. More clarity needs to come from the officials on who were these men. Now, of course, we are seeing that the mortal remains of the victim that were handed over after the post-mortem. The post-mortem very clearly saying that there was no sexual assault. The family members had alleged sexual assault. That has been ruled out right now. The family members were also saying that they need more justice. Of course, we'll wait for what the family members will say, because Piyush, our correspondent, was telling us that the family members are yet to react, because earlier they did claim it's sexual assault, it's a brutal murder. So a lot of questions being raised right now. What was the role of a friend? Why did the brawl take place? What were they doing inside that hotel? Were they there to celebrate New Year's? Usually on New Year's Eve, a lot of youngsters do go out, they want to celebrate New Year's. So was that the reason why they were there? What happened? What led to the brawl? And did the brawl have any kind of link to what happened with the victim? Remember that her friend's role, and we're telling our viewers this also right now, her friend's role has come into focus for 2 reasons. Number 1, they both were together. Number 2, they had a fight. Number 3, now this footage our viewers are seeing, the victim's friend is talking to a few men, and after that, around 10 minutes after that, they had a fight and then they had a brawl. So a lot of questions being raised right now. Also, Suesha, when we talk about the friend, now we had come to know, and there was sources have told us that the friend did not even call the cops when the victim's scooty collided with the vehicle. The friend fled from the spot.
Right.
Not only did she not
Shivangi, Tanisha is also with us. She's been able to access this video. I believe she has more details of what the police has to say about this 4th tape that Republic is now putting out on our screens. Tanisha, can you describe the sequence of events, how the police is piecing together what had happened, and who are these men? Have they been identified? What was the sequence of events in terms of the victim and her friend coming out? When did the brawl happen? When did the men go and talk to the victim's friend? What had happened?
Right, Suesha, let us get this sequentially now. Number 1, what we know so far, we know that the 2 girls had come here, the victim and her friend. They had registered themselves in the Oyo hotel at room number 104. Another thing that we know, and this is coming in from a very close sources, in fact, the receptionist had to say this, that there were few men who had visited Nidhi and the victim and her friend in the very hotel room. This is number 2. Number 3, what we know so far is there was a brawl that happened between the victim and her friend, and that is when the manager of the hotel had to intervene, and then they had come out on road and they had started fighting again. Now what is being seen in the CCTV visuals is, I would like my director to show the visuals full frame and keep me on one side so that I can show you the sequence of events that's taken place. Number 1, the CCTV that you're seeing right now on your screens is from this angle. this very angle to the opposite area. Opposite is where the hotel is. So the CCTV is captured from the opposite lane. Another angle of CCTV which was not discovered by the cops. So we are the first channel to break the CCTV for you. Now from the opposite angle, it can be seen that is from the right hand side of the Oyo. There are four men. There are four men that are coming in. Two from this lane that you see beside the hotel. This is one lane where you see that there are four men who are coming, two from beside the hotel, which is this lane, and the two are coming from the main road. All of them are without a car. They might have parked their car somewhere inside this lane where there are no CCTV footages, remember. And soon after that, the four men gather at this spot. They move towards the main lane where the hotel is. The red balloons that you see on your hotel, that is where Nidhi and her friend were spotted. They come here, they meet Nidhi, and it can be clearly seen in the CCTV visuals on the top hand side, where the four men behind the tempo go and meet the victim's friend. They meet her, and soon after that, it was a short 10-second, 15-second talk, and soon after that, Nidhi in her scooty, she sits in that blue color scooty and she rides to a destination we do not know where she had left for. And the timing at us is around 1:03 a.m. in the morning, and the brawl CCTV that we have is of 1:16 a.m. in the morning. So these 13 minutes, 1:03 is when she met the four men. This could also be the four men who visited her inside the hotel room. And 1:16 is when the brawl happened. So in these 13 minutes, what actually transpired remains the question, because we have been continuously saying that Nidhi is the person, the friend is the person who can tumble out more skeletons in the case, because remember, she is the one who knows what happened during the wee hours of 1st of January. Suesha.
Tanisha, also help us understand what are the chances that the five accused at this point could be the men at this Oyo facility, or they probably knew the men at this Oyo facility. Is there a chance that the victim's friend knew these men? Is there any connection?
I'll get you two viewpoints, Suesha. Number one is coming in from our sources, where our sources have said that there is a possibility. We are not confirming, we are not vouching for the credibility of this news. However, there is a possibility of the accused knowing the girl beforehand, knowing the victim beforehand. However, this is not clear yet. It is all coming in from the sources. However, when we talk about the area here, we have personally went on and scanned every CCTV footage that is near this very hotel where her friend and the victim were spotted. However, no Baleno car has been spotted so far. No Baleno car in a grey color has been spotted so far. So it is very unlikely. Now, if we talk about the real incidents, the timing of when the incidents took place, it is highly unlikely that the accused might have come here in their own Baleno and visited the girl inside this hotel room, because like I said, there are thin lanes everywhere around here. The boys could have parked their car anywhere where there is no CCTV footage, remember. Because when we are talking about the footages here, most of the cameras, because you see there is one camera there. There is one camera there which is focusing on opposite side. Another camera that I would like my camera person to show is right at Bansal Plywood is what we're getting to know. This is the CCTV footage that the cops have scanned, exact CCTV footage. And there are many more CCTV footages like this in the same area, but most of them are not working. Especially because it was the New Year's time, it was 31st and 1st, and most of them had shut their shops, hence shutting the CCTV visuals. So we are trying to get inside those CCTV visuals where nobody has, and this is one CCTV visuals which we could access from opposite side of where the hotel is, which clearly shows that there were four men approaching Nidhi, that is the victim's friend. They had a word with her, that was around just 15 minutes before the brawl between the victim and the girl started. Suesha.
All right, let me also bring in Shivangi, because she is outside the Sultanpuri police station, and a lot rests on what the police now says because of this particular twist in the case, and the friend of the victim who's now become the focal point in terms of really putting out the sequence of events of that night. And let's also understand, Shivangi, that she was very much with the victim till the scooty met with an accident. She fled the spot because she said that she was scared for herself. Of course, she'd only be able to tell what had happened before and after, before especially. What more are you picking up from the police in terms of when these likely details will be out?
Right. So a short while back, Suesha, the police, the senior police official, they did a press conference, a very, very short press conference, very short, around 2-minute press conference, where they said that the girl, the friend, is cooperating. But the police is not revealing what she has said, but they did say that she's cooperating with the investigation. And like my colleague Tanisha, who is right outside the hotel where this incident has happened, where you're seeing the CCTV footage of the brawl and the man talking to the friend, like Tanisha is saying, that we have to wait and watch, because the police will reveal in time what the girl said and who was the one who, like Tanisha said, who would know all the details. A friend would know all the details, because she was at the spot and she only fled after the scooty hit the car. So definitely there's something. There is a bigger role of the friend. We can say that as well. Now when it comes to the accused are in police custody. They're in custody right now, and they have defended themselves again and again. They said they had no idea that the girl was under the car. They said that they had no idea.
Shivangi, I'm getting breaking details just coming in of how 7 other people are being interrogated by the Delhi police who had met with the victim and her friend at that Oyo hotel. These 7 men are different from the 5 accused who were present in that car. I want to take this back to Tanisha. Tanisha, exactly what we were just trying to understand. And this is more information coming on the same lines of how these 7 men are different from the 5 accused, but they are being interrogated by the Delhi police. Possible chance that they are those men who had met with the victim and her friend that night. They were at their Oyo hotel.
Clearly, Suesha, breaking news first, big leads in the case first. I just want my camera person to come with me, and then we're going to enact the whole thing that happened that night, especially on the night of the brawl. The wee hours is when the brawl happened, at midnight, because this is
Tanisha,
really
I'm sorry, but Piyush is also getting us details of the post-mortem report that has been accessed. I'll quickly come back to you on the same point, but Piyush, break down for us the details of the post-mortem report that has been accessed.
Well, that's a statement which has been issued by Saket Gokhale. Remember that he is the one who has been briefing media about the entire incident and updating about the investigation so far. We have got the entire report, entire details of that particular postmortem report. And here, the main thing which we can highlight right now is that the Saket Gokhale, senior police officer, special CP law and order, is telling us that shock and hemorrhage as a result of antemortem injury to the head, spine, left femur, both lower limbs, all injuries produced by blunt force impact and possible with vehicular accident and dragging. Also, the report indicates that there is no injury suggestive of sexual assault. Republic TV was the first channel to have broken down the details. A couple of minutes back, we had told to our viewers that postmortem report reveals that there is no sexual assault, and that has been confirmed by Delhi police. Delhi police in its statement further adds that the final report will be received in due course, and the investigation in this case continues to take place. And this is the statement, official statement, which has been issued by Saket Gokhale, who is IPS Special CP Law and Order Zone 2. So that's the big development which we are right now picking, where shock and hemorrhage are being told as the result of antemortem injury to the head, and then spine, left femur, both lower limbs, all the injuries produced by blunt force. It is mentioned here by the blunt force impact and possible with vehicular accident and dragging. The victim girl died. It is also mentioning that there is no sexual assault. The post-mortem report is not suggesting any kind of sexual assault, which is certainly ruling out the claims those were being made by the family members of victim, where they were highlighting, in fact they were demanding that the accused that the rape charges should also be slapped against the accused. This was the demand of the family members. Now Delhi police statement which has been issued by Delhi police, some were suggesting that there was no sexual assault, but further investigation in this case continues to take place, and the full final post-mortem report would be received by Delhi police in a short while, and the investigation continues to go on as far as this entire case is concerned. We'll have to wait and watch how the investigation further proceeds, but the statement has been released by Delhi police, which is suggesting that no sexual assault took place. We'll have to wait and watch what more are there, what more angles Delhi police is further going to look into, but investigation continues to take place. Suesha.
All right, so two quick developments that have just happened. Of course, you're breaking down details of the postmortem report of how shock and hemorrhage resulted in the injuries on the head, spine, left femur, both lower limbs. And this happened because of vehicular accident and dragging. And the other angle, Piyush, is that 7 men have been detained by the Delhi police. They're being questioned at this point. They are not the same men who are the 5 accused who are in police custody. These are probably the men who were at that Oyo facility that day with the victim and her friend, and they are now being questioned on what had happened. What more can you tell us?
Well, that's right. Suesha. They are different from 5 accused who have been arrested by Delhi police. There are 7 men who are right now, as we are speaking, being interrogated by Delhi police. They were the one who were there at the Oyo Hotel in Sultanpuri area of Delhi, where the victim girl and her friend could also be seen. Remember that multiple CCTV footages have surfaced of these 2 girls right outside the hotel, and the people who met victim girl and her friend there at the Oyo Hotel are right now being interrogated. What we are now learning is that in a group of 2, they had come there on the night of 31st December 2022. In first group, 3 people were there, and in second group, 4 people were there. All of them are right now, as we are speaking, being interrogated by Delhi police. What we are learning is that that after meeting with these girls, these men left from the hotel at around 1 a.m. 1st of January 2023, and at around 1:17 these pictures came out of these 2 girls right outside the hotel under the lobby area of Oyo Hotel, and at 1:45 they left from that particular vicinity from hotel for their respective houses, and while they were on their way they met with an accident, and the victim girl got entangled under Baleno car, and her friend got really scared, and she could not call because she was too scared to report the incident. This is what we are now learning about learning from our sources. So 7 people, as we are speaking, are right now being interrogated by Delhi police. Remember that investigation continues to take place. 5 accused have already been arrested. They are under police custody. Custodial interrogation is going on, and details are coming out about the entire incident. Right. And police is in fact trying to connect all the dots, trying to understand what actually transpired on that fateful night, and also looking into all the CCTV angles. Not only these accused are being grilled, but 7 other men are also being interrogated by Delhi police as we are speaking. Suesha.
Absolutely, and we're tracking all the developments very, very closely. For the moment, Piyush, Tanisha, Shivangi and Piyush also joining us on the broadcast. We'll come back to you after this very short break. Do be with us. Also, a quick check of the other big stories we're tracking this afternoon. It's a massive protest that is underway in Haldwani. This is over the anti-encroachment drive. And the big question, whether another Shaheen Bagh is under wraps. Also, ahead of the 2023 polls, BJP leader has given an open call for polarization in Karnataka.
This is Abhishek Kapoor reporting from New Delhi, and this is Republic.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
का एक इतना बड़ा धमाका हुआ है, उसी घर में धमाका जो है हुआ है। ये बच्चा जो है, इसे भी यहाँ पर माइनर इंजरीज जो हैं वो यहाँ पर आई हैं। आप देखिए भारतीय सेना जो है वो यहाँ पे इंजर्ड्स को लेकर जा रही है। ये देखिए इंजर्ड्स को यहाँ पर लेकर जाया जा रहा है। 2 महिलाएं घायल हुई हैं और एक बच्चे को मामूली तौर पर चोटें जो हैं वो आई हैं। अब भारतीय सेना की एम्बुलेंस में डालकर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के जवान जो है वो उन्हें यहाँ पर रेस्क्यू कर रहे हैं। Right now we are in the Dangri village where the cordon and the search operations are on, where the terrorists have taken away the lives of 4 Hindu civilians after identifying them via their ID cards, and intensified searches are underway. Those terrorists, the security forces are trying to identify at an earliest and also to neutralize them. The Indian Army has been deployed in every nook and the corner of the area.
Yet another incident of Stampede was reported from Guntur, where the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu was the chief guest here. Well, it was a program of a foundation. This is the very ground, and there was a huge cry over the gifts being distributed at the back end, and this is the very place where a lot of movement, and that is why we see that 3 people have lost their life, and also at the same time several others are said to be injured and they are undergoing treatment at the hospital.
There is a huge crowd of people who have come and they are demanding justice for Anjali. They are saying that they are not convinced by the police theory. They feel that Anjali was actually assaulted and then brutally murdered. Again, dramatic visuals being seen. The protesters have just surrounded the car. They are just banging the car of this official. So you can see that they have banged the vehicle and they have broken the windshield, and you can see the official is running away. The official is running away.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार काम कर रही है, और जो हमारे पर्वतीय इलाके हैं और हमारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट की जो क्षेत्र हैं उसमें बॉर्डर रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहा है। और आज लगभग 28 प्रोजेक्ट्स का लोकार्पण मैंने किया है।
जी जी सर, जिस तरह से ये एलएसी के पास भी बिल्कुल बना है, ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाता है आर्मी की जाने आवागमन
रणनीतिक दृष्टि से भी, स्ट्रेटेजिक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से भी इन सब सारे रोड्स की अहमियत रहती है। वैसे हम लोगों का लक्ष्य यही रहता है कि हमारे सीमा पर रहने वाले जो हमारे भारतवासी हैं, माताएं बहनें हैं, भाई हैं, उनकी आवागमन की सुख सुविधाएं ये बढ़ सकें।
सर, तवांग की झड़प के बाद आपका ये पहला दौरा है, एक बड़ा मैसेज चीन के लिए भी?
नहीं, किसी को हम मैसेज नहीं देना चाहते हैं जी। ये तो स्वाभाविक विकास कार्य था, इसलिए मैं यहाँ पर आया हूँ।
I'm Shravan Sen reporting from New Delhi, and this is Republic TV.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
एलजी साहब इस्तीफा दो, हाथ में पोस्टर लेकर के लगातार आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता, नेता और तमाम लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। लगातार पुलिस उनको रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है, एक बैरिकेड को तोड़ने की लगातार कोशिश की जा रही है। यहाँ से ड्रोन के माध्यम से इन तमाम लोगों की रिकॉर्डिंग भी की जा रही है। और यहाँ पर तस्वीरें देखिए, यहाँ पर जो है वाटर कैनन जो है वो शुरू हो चुका है। जो लोग हैं उनको कहीं ना कहीं हटाने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
का एक इतना बड़ा धमाका हुआ है, उसी घर में धमाका जो है हुआ है। ये बच्चा जो है, इसे भी यहाँ पर माइनर इंजरीज जो हैं वो यहाँ पर आई हैं। आप देखिए भारतीय सेना जो है वो यहाँ पे इंजर्ड्स को लेकर जा रही है। ये देखिए इंजर्ड्स को यहाँ पर लेकर जाया जा रहा है। 2 महिलाएं घायल हुई हैं और एक बच्चे को मामूली तौर पर चोटें जो हैं वो आई हैं। अब भारतीय सेना की एम्बुलेंस में डालकर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के जवान जो है वो उन्हें यहाँ पर रेस्क्यू कर रहे हैं।
Yet another incident of Stampede was reported from Guntur, where the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu was the chief guest here. Well, it was a program of a foundation. This is the very ground, and there was a huge cry over the gifts being distributed at the back end, and this is the very place where a lot of movement, and that is why we see that 3 people have lost their life, and also at the same time several others are said to be injured and they are undergoing treatment at the hospital.
Right now we are in the Dangri village where the cordon and the search operations are on, where the terrorists have taken away the lives of 4 Hindu civilians after identifying them via their ID cards, and intensified searches are underway. Those terrorists, the security forces are trying to identify at an earliest and also to neutralize them. The Indian Army has been deployed in every nook and the corner of the area.
There is a huge crowd of people who have come and they are demanding justice for Anjali. They are saying that they are not convinced by the police theory. They feel that Anjali was actually assaulted and then brutally murdered. Again, dramatic visuals being seen. The protesters have just surrounded the car. They are just banging the car of this official. So you can see that they have banged the vehicle and they have broken the windshield, and you can see the official is running away. The official is running away.
एलजी साहब इस्तीफा दो, हाथ में पोस्टर लेकर के लगातार आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता, नेता और तमाम लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। लगातार पुलिस उनको रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है, एक बैरिकेड को तोड़ने की लगातार कोशिश की जा रही है। यहाँ से ड्रोन के माध्यम से इन तमाम लोगों की रिकॉर्डिंग भी की जा रही है। और यहाँ पर तस्वीरें देखिए, यहाँ पर जो है वाटर कैनन जो है वो शुरू।
Attempt to create a Shaheen Bagh model again. Railway land encroached. Politics follows. Is there an attempt to repeat the 2020 blockade? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Viewers, we're live and breaking in. Very fast developments coming right now. Viewers, we're reporting outside the police stations in Sultanpuri, and we can tell you that the post-mortem report is out. The official report is out, which is saying that there was some blunt force to the spine, blunt force to the head, completely ruling out the sexual assault angle. We also saw some CCTV footage, which Republic TV is accessing. Exclusive footage. It shows Nidhi, the friend of the victim, talking to a couple of men. Who are these men? Big questions being raised. We also saw that the friend and the victim had a fight at 1:16 a.m. at night. So we are seeing fast-paced developments right now. At the same time, waiting for what the family has to say. Remember, the family is saying since yesterday that it was a case of sexual assault, a case of brutal murder. So we'll wait for more reactions coming in. We in Republic TV have our reporters on ground in multiple places outside the hotel where the victim was staying, outside the residence of the victim's family, getting you every second of every update coming on this story. On that note, we'll get you all the top updates. Time for a very short break. We will continue to be live and breaking Delhi hit and run case, the case which shocked the nation.
I'm Gursimran Singh in Jammu, and this is Republic.
There is a huge crowd of people who have come and they are demanding justice for Anjali. They are saying that they are not convinced by the police theory. They feel that Anjali was actually assaulted and then brutally murdered. Again, dramatic visuals being seen. The protesters have just surrounded the car. They are just banging the car of this official. So you can see that they have banged the vehicle and they have broken the windshield, and you can see the official is running away. The official is running away.
एलजी साहब इस्तीफा दो, हाथ में पोस्टर लेकर के लगातार आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता, नेता और तमाम लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। लगातार पुलिस उनको रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है, एक बैरिकेड को तोड़ने की लगातार कोशिश की जा रही है। यहाँ से ड्रोन के माध्यम से इन तमाम लोगों की रिकॉर्डिंग भी की जा रही है। और यहाँ पर तस्वीरें देखिए, यहाँ पर जो है वाटर कैनन जो है वो शुरू हो चुका है। जो लोग हैं उनको कहीं ना कहीं हटाने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
का एक इतना बड़ा धमाका हुआ है, उसी घर में धमाका जो है हुआ है। ये बच्चा जो है, इसे भी यहाँ पर माइनर इंजरीज जो है वो यहाँ पर आई हैं। आप देखिए भारतीय सेना जो है वो यहाँ पे इंजर्ड्स को लेकर जा रही है। ये देखिए इंजर्ड्स को यहाँ पर लेकर जाया जा रहा है। 2 महिलाएं घायल हुई हैं और एक बच्चे को मामूली तौर पर चोटें जो हैं वो आई हैं। अब भारतीय सेना की एम्बुलेंस में डालकर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के जवान जो है वो उन्हें यहाँ पर रेस्क्यू कर रहे हैं।
Yet another incident of Stampede was reported from Guntur, where the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu was the chief guest here. Well, it was a program of a foundation. This is the very ground, and there was a huge cry over the gifts being distributed at the back end, and this is the very place where a lot of movement, and that is why we see that 3 people have lost their life, and also at the same time several others are said to be injured and they are undergoing treatment at the hospital.
Right now we are in the Dangri village where the cordon and the search operations are on, where the terrorists have taken away the lives of 4 Hindu civilians after identifying them via their ID cards, and intensified searches are underway.
Attempt to create a Shaheen Bagh model again. Railway land encroached. Politics follows. Is there an attempt to repeat the 2020 blockade? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Now the Indian Army has taken the custody of the shell, and in fact they have taken this shell to a safer place where they can destroy it without any intervention of the civilian. This is the place, and this was the drum in which it was placed from this very much location to the approaching road. That is the reason Indian Army bomb squad team has lifted this shell from this very much place to defuse it in a controlled explosion.
Post-mortem details are accessed. Sexual assault is ruled out. The death is because of injuries because of a blunt force. Multiple new CCTVs now emerge, proving the hit-and-run victim was not alone. A friend is also being questioned. There are no answers from the Delhi police on the delay in finding out the crucial CCTV evidence and eyewitnesses in the case. A Shaheen Bagh-like model in Haldwani in Uttarakhand, protest over High Court's eviction notice. A very good evening and thank you for staying with us on Republic. We are putting our focus on what really happened with the victim in Delhi. This was the intervening night of the 31st and the first, a case that has not just grabbed headlines but a case that has bothered all of us. What has changed in Delhi? Is this really just a hit-and-run case, or there is clearly more to this case than what it meets the eye? Republic also has been able to access the post-mortem details. Remember, the post-mortem earlier has been done. The family now has been handed over the body of the victim, and a cremation is expected to take place shortly. But in the middle of all this, there are crucial questions now emerging. Also CCTV images now that have been accessed by Republic that continue to raise a lot more questions. Anuj is joining us live right now to get us more details. You know, Anuj, time and again, what has been pointed out are the many lapses by the Delhi police in the entire case. Now, why is it only today, Anuj, that you have number of these CCTV footages that are coming out? And why is it that the Delhi police till now absolutely has not explained the sequence of events, Anuj?
Well, that's the bigger question at this point in time, because after 24 hours, this was from the Delhi police that they came to know there was one more girl who was involved. And now the Delhi police is claiming that this is the most important evidence what the Delhi police is having. They are going through the statement. They have recorded the statement under 164. That's something what we have been told. And now the police is saying that they are depending on that particular statement. But when this come to even the police knowledge, like when did they came to know about this? After 24 hours. As you pointed it out very rightly, there are number of CCTV footages which is coming in from one place to another, but where the Delhi police was exactly is the larger question. And we have been talking to the eyewitnesses, we have been talking to the main eyewitness who saw it first, who called to the PCR, and then to the PCR was not responding. That's the bigger question at this point in time. Why, when it was the night of 31st, when the police was already on alert, the police, the PCR, the police station was not responding on the same. When this was the call, when the car details even was given, and it was told to the police official what exactly had been seen by the eyewitness. Then too, there was a delay. So that's the larger question, that what exactly the reason for this delay is. The police is in a damage control mode at this point in time. But let me also tell you, the postmortem report is out. Postmortem report is clearly stating about the injuries which is there on the body, and also making it clear that there was no sexual assault. But what exactly?
हाँ जी, कोई आइडिया कहाँ गए होंगे? शायद वो पकड़ लिया है ना उनको, शायद उनको। उनके फैमिली में कोई नहीं है? उनके फैमिली में कौन-कौन होता था यहाँ पे? यहाँ पे उनकी वाइफ होती थी, दीदी होती थी, लेकिन अब नहीं है वो। उनकी वाइफ, उनकी बहन? वाइफ थी खाली। सिर्फ वाइफ, बच्चे भी होते थे? नहीं, बच्चा नहीं। मनोज मित्तल का व्यवहार कैसा था? वो कैसे व्यवहार में थे? लाइक हमारी मेरी ज़्यादा बात होती नहीं थी उनसे, लेकिन आते जाते में बस राम राम होता था, तो इतना ही मुझे पता है। मैं एक स्टूडेंट हूँ, तो मैं सुबह चला जाता हूँ, शाम को आता हूँ, तो मेरी ज़्यादा बात होती नहीं है। व्यवहार के बारे में कुछ बोलना चाहिए उनके व्यवहार? लाइक मतलब आते घरों, इस घर में, इस बिल्डिंग में लोगों से कैसा बर्ताव था उनका? मतलब वही है, बात कम होती थी बहुत ज़्यादा, ऐसे आते जाते हैं बस हाय हेलो जाता था, इतने में क्या ही व्यवहार पता लगता है, तो बस यही था। बिल्कुल। हाँ जी। क्या नाम है आपका?
मेरा नाम टीटू है जी।
आप एक जो आरोपी हैं, जो कंजावला में एक लड़की का एक्सीडेंट हुआ जी, उस मामले में एक आरोपी है मनोज मित्तल, उनका लोकेशन क्या है?
ये फ्लोर है जी, वाला ऊपर वाला फ्लोर है ना? हाँ जी।
तो वो यहीं रहते हैं?
हाँ, यहाँ रहते थे, अभी फिलहाल कई दिन से हैं।
कितने दिन से यहाँ पे नहीं है? हो
गए 2-4 दिन तो हो गए हैं, 2-4 दिन तो हो गई।
2-4 दिनों से नहीं है, मतलब जब से ये मामला सामने आया है तब से यहाँ पे
नहीं
जब से चला गया है।
लेकिन
हमें कल पता चला,
हमने कहा जब मीडिया आई थाने में देखा भीड़, जब हमें पता चला ये कहानी है।
तो आपको पहले नहीं पता था कि जो मनोज मित्तल है उसमें मतलब उनका भी नाम आ रहा है?
नहीं, हमने कल मीडिया में फिल्म वहाँ थाने में देखी ना, भीड़ है ये कहानी है, मित्तल के अखबार में आई, अखबार पढ़ी, जब देखा
उनकी पकड़ा खड़ी हुई, जब पता चला कि मनोज मित्तल है।
क्या नाम है आपका?
मेरा नाम लट्टू सिंह चौहान।
आप कहाँ रहते हो?
किशन बिहार में।
किशन बिहार में। मनोज मित्तल जो आरोपी हैं वो इसी बिल्डिंग में रहते हैं ना?
इसी बिल्डिंग में रहता है, जब से सुना हमने तो गलत आदमी तो गलत ही है, ऐसा काम नहीं करना चाहिए किसी भी बच्चे के साथ, किसी भी बहू बेटी के साथ। अपने बच्चों की तरफ देखता है, गलत तो गलत ही है।
किसी क्या मानते हैं?
हम तो गलत ही मानते हैं, गलत तो गलत है। किसी बेटी की ऐसी दुर्घटना में मौत हुई है तो गलत है, देखा भी नहीं जा रहा डेड बॉडी को।
गलत है भाई।
और तो वो घर में ताला लगा है, घर में भी नहीं है,
डर के मारे भागे हुए, उनको डर चढ़ा हुआ, भागे हुए। सुबह भी मीडिया आई थी, अभी भी मीडिया आई है, शाम तक आती रहेगी मीडिया।
So you also heard a lot of reactions that have come in. We'll also in fact try to put together the entire sequence, considering this is a story, remember, that's actually building up by the moment, with the number of CCTV footages that you continue to see on your screens. And let's say good evening to two of our guests joining us right now on the show. Dr. Dinesh Rao is a forensic expert, and Ved Bhushan Saab, who's a former ACP of the Delhi Police, both with us. I want to go to Dr. Dinesh Rao first. Dr. Rao, when you look at the entire sequence of events, we are being told that this possibly was a hit-and-run case, is what the Delhi Police has said from day one. They actually, put in a lot of bailable sections, something that you can get a bail on right from the police station itself. But looking at the forensic evidence on the case so far, now this is the body of the victim, that after the hit and run, allegedly, is the body gets entangled in the axle of the car, the Baleno here. and it drives through about 10 to 14 kilometers, sir. And then when the body is recovered, there are no clothes on the body. Right now, there is no sexual assault that has been proven by the post-mortem report. But I want to understand, what does this case look like to you on the first case?
See, definitely. See, one thing by the body was entangled. So most important thing is which part of the body which was stuck, that need to be correlated with the tissue bits present under the vehicle, and also the type of injury on the body. See, more importantly, the primary impact and secondary impact are the two important injuries which we usually see in road traffic accidents. But this year we see the tertiary component where the body has been dragged, and the tissues will be the friction injuries which are deep in nature, till bone deep friction. That is because he's been dragged for nearly 13 kilometers. And the absence of clothes completely on the body, it is something which is suspicious, because the bits of clothes will always be stuck. The whole clothes may not be, because only the part of the body or the clothes which are in touch with the grounds are the one which may be likely to be lost, not the entire clothes, because the entire body was not in friction with the road. That is number one. And another more important thing is, what is the actual cause of death? What are the post-mortem injuries? See, all those frictional injuries should be post-mortem in nature, because once she's been dead, then only she can be stuck and she can be dragged for such a long distance. So what made her to die? What are the fatal injuries? And what are the post-mortem injuries? Are the post-mortem injuries inconsistent with the 13-kilometer length which has been dragged? And if that particular thing which has been consistent and corroborated, definitely the crime reconstructions can be done. Apart from this, the timeline of events in this case is very important, where the girl was before and what time she got into the car, and any witnesses have seen the CCTV technical evidences. Even her mobile locations can prove her place where she exactly has moved around. So are these statements given by the so-called the occupants of the vehicle are consistent with the type or the pattern of injury on the body or the location of the so-called victim? So all these things have to be studied in entirety, and then only the conclusion of the that it was an accident or something else can be drawn. So just because the postmortem injuries, some injuries have been located, it doesn't mean that the mere observation of injuries can help to draw the conclusions. But one thing is very, very important is the frictional injuries should be postmortem in nature, and that should be very deep, should be consistent with the 13-kilometer drag.
Now, you know, sir, what you're actually telling us is extremely important, Dr. Rao. But the only thing right now is that there is limited bit of information. The police is not even telling us the entire sequence of events. This is the reason why, Ved Bhushan Saab, there are a lot of questions today being raised on the Delhi police. Now, were they in a hurry to actually hush up the entire case? Has there been a purposely go slow in the entire case? Because why is it only today? Why is it only today that you have a number of these CCTV footages that are coming out? Why did the police not launch this investigation earlier? Why did they not try to find out if there was an eyewitness? Why did they want to say that this was just a hit and run case? These are questions that are, being asked of the Delhi police, sir, today.
See, the law gives 60 days time to investigate this case. All the evidences to be connected. As my expert opinion is, he was saying, Professor Dinesh Rao very rightly, because there are lot of investigation yet to be done. Mechanical inspection report is the most important report in the fatal accident or roadside accident cases. It will reveal that in which part of the two-wheeler and this car, Baleno car, was met with an accident, and how that girl came in. But
then, apologies, Mr. Bhushan, that I'm interrupting you here, sir. But I today want to know, why was the police then in a hurry to call this a hit and run case? They should have actually said that, listen, this is a case that still needs to be investigated. Why did they pass a judgment on the case already? Because look at how the case and their own theory has crumbled. Why is the Delhi police today running away from questions?
Yes, I will clarify. Across India, if you remember Salman Khan case, wherein 5 persons were killed by Salman Khan when he was intoxicated, and the other BMW case, in all cases, police has to make some line to investigate. Section can be added, removed, or deleted. Everything can be done. But initially, there was no wrong in it. If I will be there, I will be the same all across the India. It was initially, it was supposed it was a fatal accident, roadside accident, and rightly the sections were mentioned in the case, but later on when they see the all the evidence is available, then they added the section 304, culpable homicide not amounting to murder. So there is nothing unusual on that. It can be a debatable topic, no doubt. Just till yesterday, everybody was crying that it was a rape, molestation, all that. But now the post-mortem report is available and in your hand, and it says nothing happened like so, just like molestation or rape at all. The more important thing, there are blood samples are yet to be examined. Everything, how much they were drunk, how much the quantity, quantum, everything will be come on the light. But it will take time. It will go slowly. It will go to 60 days investigation. That's why we had to wait. We did not jump on the conclusion. Even not police, not we also. We must wait at least. We will trust our courts. We must trust our police and investigating agencies. This case is being monitored by the Home Minister himself. Today, Commissioner went to meet Home Minister to apprise him all the facts. Moreover, one senior IPS officer, Shalini Singh, is heading the investigation of, and she's examining all points where the police mistake, glaring mistake, where it was, and what to do in the investigation for better results, for secure conviction of this case. Let us wait. Everything will be clear within few days.
You know, Bhushan Saab, time and again, sir, because you have been in the Delhi police, we all know what happened post the Nirbhaya case. If Nirbhaya was not a wake-up call, I don't know what is a wake-up call for all of us. And if this is the condition of the Delhi police in the national capital, I mean, we should shudder to think what actually happens in other states. And there will be those uncomfortable questions that will be raised on the Delhi police. But I'm requesting both Dr. Dinesh Rao and Ved Bhushan Saab to continue to stay with us, because we have a lot more to talk. A lot of our viewers, remember, are also irked and they want to know Will Head's role in the Delhi police. But what we'll do now is that we'll play this ground report that has been filed by our colleague Harsha. Now, what really happened in this case with the victim on the intervening nights of the 31st and 1st, where you have heavy patrolling on the roads of Delhi. An estimate says more than 18,000 Delhi police personnel were on the streets. In spite of this, this happens. So Harsha decided to get you this reality check. What happens if you're a single woman, you want to travel at the dead of the night, you're going back from work? Are you safe? Let's find out what Harsha saw, and the details will terrify you.
The entire distance where the body of the victim was dropped, it is 24 minutes 13 kilometers. And if I talk about the entire stretch, if I talk about the road and how this entire area looks, this is the very place where the scooty was hit, and this is the main road. This is exactly the stretch. Lot of vehicles and a busy road at this point of time as well. So it's very hard to believe that if a victim got entangled under the vehicle of the accused, then till 14 kilometers she was dragged, and no one amongst the accused were aware of the fact that there is something under their vehicle. This is the entire stretch. Many trucks, many vehicles, many heavy vehicles are crossing this entire road, and if the accused dragged that victim from this point till the Jaunti area where the dead body was dropped, was it possible that no barricade was there, there was no patrolling vehicle, there was no jeep? There's a question that till 15 kilometers of the stretch, there were no barricades, no police, no patrolling vehicle, no police chowki, none of the police officials. When there was a New Year Eve, and everyone expects that there should be additional workforce, additional police personnel to be deployed in the national capital. It's 2:18 a.m. and the roads where not much of the vehicles could be seen, but on this entire stretch, no patrolling vehicle, no police barricades, no police chowki, no police personnel, nor any police patrolling two-wheeler could be seen. And this entire stretch is very dark and very lonely. And this was the entire stretch where the girl...
So absolutely nothing that you see is testimony to how safe the streets of Delhi are, no matter whatever time you're traveling on. And right now, what you're seeing on your screens, is in fact an entire timeline and sequence of events that happened on the entire case. Now, the time here is 1:03 a.m. This is the Rohini area where the victim's friend meets with 4 men and she leaves on a scooty. That is what you see closely in this CCTV footage on your screens. Just a little later, at 1:16 a.m., the victim and her friend are seen fighting. This again is happening right outside the hotel. In fact, the girl that you see in the pink there is the victim who today is no more. Fast forward to what happens in the next few minutes. This is close to about 1:30 in the dead of the night, where the victim and the friend then decide to leave the hotel on the scooty. You will actually see both of them there on your screens as the arrow is pointing towards them. And like I said, this friend is someone who surfaces only earlier today, and her statement now has been recorded by the Delhi police. Then this is the area called the Krishan Vihar area. This is close to about 2 in the night. In fact, 5 minutes past 2 to be precise, where you see the Baleno, the same Baleno that is later seen dragging the body of the victim being driven on a normal speed. In fact, that's what a lot of forensic experts say, that everything seemed normal with this entire CCTV image that has been captured of this particular Baleno car that is captured from the Krishan Vihar area of Delhi. Then a little later is where the CCTV footage that all of us had seen, something that shocked the entire country. This is 3:05 a.m., 5 minutes past 3, where you see the body of the victim entangled in the axle of this car. That is where it takes a U-turn. It goes on at a significant speed, and eyewitnesses, remember, who've spoken to Republic, have said that this is the particular route that they saw this car going up and down on a number of times. And now we are putting together the CCTV footage that you see. This is 3:24 a.m. Kanjhawal area, where the eyewitness here, the eyewitness called Deepak, who's also now spoken to the police, says that he for the first time sees the body being dragged. So you've seen the body being dragged to a good 10 to 15 kilometers for a long time. And in the middle of all this, the crucial question remains, where was the Delhi police? How is it that no one saw and spotted all this? So you've seen the entire sequence of events now that has been pieced together as far as this entire case is concerned. And like I said, there is only limited bit of information coming in vis-a-vis the Delhi police that decides not even to take questions. Let's go back to Dr. Dinesh Rao and Ved Bhushan, who's a former ACP of the Delhi police. And before I come to you, Mr. Rao, I want to take the question to Mr. Ved Bhushan, if he's still with us, as he's been a part of the Delhi police. Okay, I'm told we don't have Mr. Bhushan yet. Dr. Dinesh Rao, what are the forensic evidence that the police possibly could be using on the entire case? And a first look at whatever has happened so far on the case, whether that is the CCTV footage is only coming out now, to the police trying to allegedly go slow on the entire case, put in bailable sections, to not even trying to tell us where was the eyewitness. They had no idea of a pillion rider on the same scooty, and they had no idea that a Baleno that has, a body literally tracked in its axle is going round and round in circles for so long, for about 10 to 15 kilometers. What do you think possibly has happened in the case, sir? And going forward, how do you make this a watertight case?
important now for the forensic team or the police to establish that, to correlate between the vehicle and the victim, that is the presence of blood stains under the vehicle and the tissue bits. See, most important is 13 kilometers from the site of accident to the site of recovery of the body. That 13 kilometer stretch, there should be some blood trail or even tissue trail. Both bits of tissues are also adhered to the road or the way. That has to be retrieved to just confirm that 13 kilometer was she indeed dragged. That is most important. And the second part is which part of the body she has been struck or been amputated or lacerated or avulsed, which has been stuck to which part of the vehicle. So is that consistent with the statement what they say? So that is very important to establish. It depends on the pattern of injury on the body and the area where underneath the vehicle, which was held that particular part. So was that particular injury consistent with that? That is more important. That is number 2. And the third more important thing is the postmortem injuries had to be present. See, what is more suspicious is why all the clothes have been dragged, because you show the speed of the vehicle, it is going in such a slow phase. Even though if it has been driving very fast, if the clothes and when the clothes are being torn or been in bits and pieces, the likely possibility of the clothes getting lost is unlikely, because there will be bits and tissue, especially at the waist area and the chest area, or even the collar area, which always
I'm just stopping you at that point, because you raised a very important factor here. And I think we also have details of the autopsy now that should go up on our screens in just a bit, of what we know about the autopsy so far. Do remember the entire postmortem is a good 11 pages here, Dr. Rao. And I'm just reading a bit of what it says. It says shock and hemorrhage as a result of antemortem injury to the head, the spine, the left femur area. It speaks about both the lower limbs. And it says then, sir, all injuries produced by blunt force, impact, and also possible with vehicular accident and dragging. So, Dr. Rao, now, sir, tell me that if, you have a body that gets entangled in the axle of the car, do such kind of injuries and what the initial PM reports indicate, do they actually coincide, sir? And like you said, there has to be some remain of the clothes that you possibly were wearing, because the body of the victim is found without clothes. And this is why people said that a lot of findings in the case do not gel with what the police has said so far.
See, definitely one thing what I notice is they have mentioned that about some injuries on the both lower limbs that clearly indicate the possibly site of primary impact, possibly. So if that is the primary impact, then the victim has to toss over. But definitely the run over is unlikely in those cases, because if it hits to the lower limbs, then the possibility of toss over will be the most thing what we see. But run over is thing here we see because she has been held underneath the vehicle. So coming to the cloth part, definitely it is unlikely, because at least there should have been undergarments and even the brassiers which are firmly held in the body part has to be stuck well to the body. And even though the loose clothing, especially the jacket, might have fallen apart, but not the tight clothings which are on the body, which is very impossible, because even though the parts of the body which has been, the type and the part of the body which are in friction with the ground also can be made out on the body, because those are the areas where you get the deep friction injuries in the form of we call friction burns and also friction lacerations. So that is how we connect with this area of contact with the road. And this is where some suspicion is there. And one thing is important is we had to differentiate between the primary impact, secondary impact, antemortem and postmortem injuries. And if postmortem injuries had to be present, that is what is there.
Dr. Rao, sir, it's only for what of time, sir, that I'm jumping in here. But I promise you, this is a story that Republic will keep its focus on through this evening. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, our focus will be on the many suspicious twists and turns in the entire story. And as also Dr. Rao said, forensically speaking, the kind of post-mortem revelations that have come in do not gel with what we are seeing in the CCTV footage. So is there more to the story than what it meets the eye? We are back on the other side with lots more. I thank Dr. Rao for speaking to us right now as we quickly head into a break.
Attempt to create a Shaheen Bagh model again. Railway land encroached. Politics follows. Is there an attempt to repeat the 2020 blockade? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Yet another incident of stampede was reported from Guntur, where the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu was the chief guest here. Well, it was a program of a foundation. This is the very ground, and there was a huge cry over the gifts being distributed at the back end, and this is the very place where a lot of movement, and that is why we see that 3 people have lost their life, and also at the same time several others are said to be injured and they are undergoing treatment at the hospital.
Right now we are in the Dangri village where the cordon and the search operations are on, where the terrorists have taken away the lives of 4 Hindu civilians after identifying them via their ID cards, and intensified searches are underway. Those terrorists, the security forces are trying to identify at an earliest and also to neutralize them. The Indian Army has been deployed in every nook and the corner of the area.
There is a huge crowd of people who have come and they are demanding justice for Anjali. They are saying that they are not convinced by the police theory. They feel that Anjali was actually assaulted and then brutally murdered. Again, dramatic visuals being seen. The protesters have just surrounded the car. They are just banging the car of this official. So you can see that they have banged the vehicle and they have broken the windshield, and you can see the official is running away. The official is running away.
एलजी साहब इस्तीफा दो, हाथ में पोस्टर लेकर के लगातार आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता, नेता और तमाम लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। लगातार पुलिस उनको रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है, एक बैरिकेड को तोड़ने की लगातार कोशिश की जा रही है। यहाँ से ड्रोन के माध्यम से इन तमाम लोगों की रिकॉर्डिंग भी की जा रही है। और यहाँ पर तस्वीरें देखिए, यहाँ पर जो है वाटर कैनन जो है वो शुरू हो चुका है। जो लोग हैं उनको कहीं ना कहीं हटाने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
का एक इतना बड़ा धमाका हुआ है, उसी घर में धमाका जो है हुआ है। ये बच्चा जो है, इसे भी यहाँ पर माइनर इंजरीज जो हैं वो यहाँ पर आई हैं। आप देखिए,
Attempt to create a Shaheen Bagh model again. Railway land encroached. Politics follows. Is there an attempt to repeat the 2020 blockade? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Postmortem details accessed. Sexual assault angle has been ruled out. Multiple new CCTVs emerge, proves hit and run victim was not alone. No answers from Delhi police on the delay in finding out crucial CCTV evidence and eyewitness in the case. Shaheen Bagh like model in Haldwani protests over High Court's eviction notice. Congress attempts to communalize eviction drive by backing those who encroached railway land. Thousands gather as India pays tribute to victims of terror in Jammu and Kashmir's Rajouri. And at 4:32 p.m. this Tuesday afternoon, we are getting you this latest CCTV footage of the entire Delhi hit and run case. This CCTV footage, we believe, is from the Krishan Nagar area, is what we are being told. It is roughly around 2:13 a.m. and this CCTV footage shows how the body was stuck under the car. The body was stuck under the car when it was passing through this area. Now, this we believe is a footage from 2:13 a.m. in the area in Krishan Vihar, I beg your pardon. And when you just zoom in and when you just zoom into this video, you can see that a body is stuck under the vehicle, under the axle of the car, is what we are being told. Now, the footage before this that we'd received was roughly around 2 to 5 a.m. which shows that there was nothing stuck under the car. There was no body under the car. So is it possible that the accident took place between 2:05 a.m. to 2:13 a.m. is what we could understand, but investigation into that is still underway. Harsha has got us the CCTV footage. We'll try to get her live and we'll try to, in fact, piece this entire sequence together. But just letting our viewers know about the various twists that we've witnessed in this case today as more and more CCTV footages emerge in the Delhi hit and run case. With multiple CCTV footage emerging, we have now realized that the victim was not alone. She was accompanied by her friend. Her friend was also present during the accident, but she fled after the car hit her at 2:13 a.m. This is the CCTV footage where we can see that the dead body is stuck beneath the car. Harsha is joining us live. Harsha, what are you gathering about the investigation so far?
Exactly. Now the new CCTV footage has emerged, and since now we have seen multiple CCTV footages just come from outside the hotel where the two friends, the victim and one of the friends, was seen. Along from that hotel to till now, we have got the CCTV footage of the Krishan Vihar as well, from where we exactly saw that the accused, the car which they were driving, that was Baleno, how it hit the scooty, and from that intersection they left for the entire stretch, which is a 13-kilometer long stretch. And just now on our screen, which the CCTV footage you all are watching, this is a stretch from Sultanpuri to the Kanjawala area, and it is just 2 minutes away from the place where exactly the Baleno car hit the scooty. So this is the exclusive CCTV footage which Republic has accessed, and now there are many theories which police is investigating into, because initially police officials were saying that it is only the hit and run case, but now a new story, a new theory has also come in, as the victim was along with her friend at around 12 o'clock, between 12 to 1, outside that hotel, which is a Weapon Palace, and the CCTV from that place has also gathered. The post-mortem has been done, and initially in a post-mortem report, it is said that there was no sign of sexual assault, but yes, there are still the theories that it is a patch and it is the stretch of 14 kilometers. How come the accused were driving a 20-year-old girl who was under the vehicle of that Baleno, and they didn't even notice that there was something under the vehicle? So these are the theories which is still to be investigated. Until now, the statement of the mother has also not been recorded. So we must wait and watch, as the Republic is also trying to access more and more CCTV footage of exactly what happened that very night of the New Year's Eve. Back to you.
Now, Harsha, just telling our viewers about another CCTV footage that we received this morning. It is believed that CCTV footage is from 2:05 a.m. in the same location, in the same locality, that is the Krishan Vihar locality, where we can see that the car in question, the Baleno, is driving at a normal speed, but when you zoom in, you cannot see anything. You cannot see a dead body under the car. So we can assume probably, and it's also a matter of investigation, that probably the accident didn't take place at that time. Now the CCTV footage that you have accessed, which is believed to be of 2:13 a.m. In the same locality, Krishan Vihar, you can see that the dead body is stuck to the axle under the car. So can you confirm if that is the window where the accident, that is a window where the accident could have taken place between 2:05 a.m. to 2:13 a.m.?
See, the theory which is exactly being ruled out, it is the time span. The timeline between 1:52 a.m. till 3:30 a.m. 1:52 a.m. exactly is the time when the Baleno was spotted in the Kishan Vihar locality. Exactly where is the ration shop of Sunil Mittal. Exactly that area where the scooty was hit by Baleno. And if we...
Harsha, in fact, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we are getting these latest pictures from New Delhi. The mortal remains of the 20-year-old have now reached her residence. Cremation is scheduled to take place shortly. This is after the post-mortem that was conducted. A 3-member medical board conducted the post-mortem, in which the sexual assault has been ruled out. What the post-mortem report also has mentioned, that there is shock and hemorrhage as a result of antemortem injury to head, spine, left femur, both lower limbs. Injury has been produced by blunt force impact, but more importantly, what the post-mortem report has highlighted, that there is no sexual assault. We are waiting for the full post-mortem report. But as per the statement released by the police this afternoon, they've said that the medical board that was constituted to conduct the post-mortem have ruled out sexual assault. Right now we're getting these pictures from the victim's residence. The mortal remains have reached her residence, have reached her family's residence. Tanisha is live at the location. Tanisha, what is the ground situation and what more can you tell us?
Right, I am right now at the location where the victim and the girl, the friend, were spotted out in a scooty. Remember, we have access to CCTV footage where it can be seen that a brawl had taken place outside the hotel room, and another CCTV footage that we have access. So these are two CCTV footage almost of the same time, same location. And in the other CCTV footage, we can see that there are 4 men who are approaching Nidhi, the friend of the victim, talking to her, and soon after that, 13 minutes after that is when the brawl took place. Let me make you understand the sequence of events, Anika. Right now where I am, this is the very lane where the Oyo is. This is the lane from where two of the men seen talking to Nidhi come in. There is bulldozer work going on here, and then the other two men come from the main road in a Wagoner car outside. And soon after this, they approach towards the hotel, which is on my left hand side. The hotel room, Vivan Palace that you see here, that is that very hotel where the accused with, where I beg your pardon, the victim with her friend can be seen. And soon after that, the 4 men approaching the hotel go on, talk to Nidhi, the victim's friend, and soon after that, Nidhi sits in a scooty and goes to a destination which we do not know where she had gone there. But this is that very hotel where it is said that it was the girl, it was the victim and her friend who had registered themselves at 7 p.m. in the evening. 12 p.m. is when we are getting to know that they had left out for some work, and 1:03 is the time when Nidhi had met 4 people. 1:16 a.m. is the time on 1st of January when Nidhi and the victim had left this very hotel room. Remember, we are also getting to know it was the receptionist who had confirmed to Republic that there were men who had come to visit victim and her friend in this very room. 104 is the room that Nidhi and her friend were staying at. They had a brawl. The manager had to intervene. Soon after that, they had come out. They had another brawl, actually a fist fight, we might say, as seen clearly in the CCTV visuals. They then sat in their scooty and they moved to a destination which we do not know. Now 3:15 a.m. is the time when we know that a PCR call was made. So 1:45 is when they leave, 3:15 is when the call was made. So what transpired in between those hours is a question that is a mystery right now, because it was only 6 people who knew what happened on the night. 5 accused and that one girl, Nidhi, the friend of the victim, who knew what happened on that night, who were the 4 men she was talking to. Because remember, we have confirmed that there are 7 people and these are apart from the
बढ़ाया जाएगा। हालांकि अभी 4:45 हो रही है और अभी थोड़ा वक्त है परिवार के पास सूरज डूबने से पहले, चूंकि अंतिम संस्कार करना होता है तो जो बाकी लीगल फॉर्मेलिटीज है वो तो हो चुकी है, लेकिन जो फैमिली के रिचुअल्स है, जो परिवार की अपनी परंपराएं हैं, प्रक्रियाएं हैं हिंदू धर्म के लिहाज से, वो यहाँ पर की जाएंगी। इसमें थोड़ा वक्त लगेगा। इस बीच जो लोग अंतिम दर्शन करना चाहते हैं, मिलना चाहते हैं, जो क्लोज रिलेटिव्स हैं वो भी उनके घर पर पहुंच रहे हैं। हालांकि इस बीच मैं क्लियर कर दूं कि मंगोलपुरी का जो करण विहार इलाका है, यहाँ पर बहुत लोगों की मौजूदगी को पुलिस ने साफ साफ इनकार कर दिया और आस पड़ोस के लोगों तक को घर में जाने नहीं दिया। सिर्फ जो मामा मौसी या जो क्लोज रिलेटिव्स हैं, सिर्फ उनकी ही मौजूदगी अंदर है, भाई बहन की मौजूदगी अंदर है। इसके अलावा बाकी लोगों को अंदर जाने नहीं दिया गया है। लेकिन अभी कहा जा रहा है कि कुछ देर के बाद से जो अंतिम यात्रा है वो शुरू होगी और अंतिम संस्कार किया जाएगा। तो यहाँ पर एम्बुलेंस के आगे उस बैनर को लगा भी दिया गया है जिस पर साफ साफ लिखा हुआ है, अंजलि को न्याय चाहिए। यहाँ पर परिवार का ये भी कहना है कि पुलिस ने जो लापरवाही बरती, तो कई सवाल और तमाम आरोप पुलिस के ऊपर भी लगाए जा रहे हैं कि जब पुलिस से ये उम्मीद थी कि वो पहले दिन ही छानबीन अच्छे तरीके से करेगी, न्याय को लेकर की लड़ाई पहले दिन से लड़ी जाएगी या पुलिस की मुस्तैदी ज्यादा दिखाई देगी, तो परिवार का ये आरोप है कि लापरवाही बरती गई इस पूरे मामले में। इस मामले को रफा दफा करने का प्रयास किया गया, लेकिन जब ज्यादा प्रेशर बना, जब खबर चलने लगी, इसके बाद तमाम जो चीजें दबाव बनाने लगी, इसके बाद पुलिस इस मामले में मुस्तैद हुई और उसके बाद जाके गृह मंत्रालय ने इस पूरे मामले का संज्ञान लिया और रिपोर्ट तलब की। इसके बाद से जो पुलिस की सक्रियता है वो हम देख भी रहे हैं कि सीन को रिक्रिएट करना, हर एंगल से छानबीन करना, सैकड़ों सीसीटीवी फुटेज को खंगालना, ये तमाम चीजें हमने देखी हैं कल से लेकर के अब तक। लेकिन अब फिलहाल वो घड़ी परिवार के लिए दुखद घड़ी है, जब परिवार अंतिम संस्कार की तैयारी कर रहा है। और एक परिवार के लिए इससे ज्यादा दुख की घड़ी क्या हो सकती है जब उनकी बेटी जो 20 साल की थी उसका अंतिम संस्कार करने के लिए पूरा परिवार यहाँ पर कह रहा है कि न्याय चाहिए, साथ ही जो प्रक्रियाएं हैं वो तो खैर करनी है। इसके लिए यहाँ पर जो चीजें देख रहे हैं आप तस्वीरों में वो आपको दिखाई भी दे रही होंगी, जब परिवारों के जो लोग हैं उनकी आंखों में आंसू है, जो भाई बहन है वो काफी छोटे छोटे हैं, पिता पहले से ही नहीं है। तो एक परिवार जिसमें बेटी बल्कि वो बेटा था जो परिवार की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को उठाकर चल रहा था, आज जब छोड़कर चली गई बेटी वो, तो परिवार भी बेसहारा हो गया। और इसी बेसहारा परिवार के साथ जो कुछ रिलेटिव्स है बस वही आपको नजर आ रहे होंगे। हालांकि इस बीच में बता दूं आपको कि तमाम पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के जो लोग हैं वो भी यहाँ पर मुलाकात करने के लिए आए हुए थे और मुलाकात करने के साथ उन्होंने आश्वासन भी दिया था कि वो इस न्याय की लड़ाई में साथ है परिवार के। लेकिन जिस परिवार की बेटी गई उस परिवार का दर्द शायद किसी के लिए भी कभी ना भर जाने वाला वो गम है जो कभी भर भी नहीं पाएगा। लेकिन फिर भी जो लोग हैं वो ये जरूर आश्वासन दे रहे हैं पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के लोग कि इस न्याय की लड़ाई में वो उनकी मदद करेंगे, लीगली मदद करेंगे, क्योंकि परिवार फाइनेंशियली बहुत कमजोर है। ऐसे में कानूनी लड़ाई को कितना लड़ पाएगा इसको लेके संशय है। लिहाजा कुछ लोगों से मैंने ये जरूर बात करते हुए सुना कि उन्होंने कहा कि हर संभव मदद करेंगे अपनी ओर से हम कानूनी लड़ाई के लिए। फिलहाल जो एम्बुलेंस देख रहे हैं आप, उस एम्बुलेंस में साफ साफ लिखा हुआ है अंजलि को न्याय चाहिए। रिपब्लिक भारत परसों से जिस दिन ये हादसा हुआ उसके बाद से लगातार इस खबर को मुखरता के साथ उठा रहा है, चला रहा है और ये दिखाने का प्रयास कर रहा है कि हर खबर के उस एंगल को हम दिखाएंगे जो दर्शकों के लिए जरूरी है जानना कि उस बेटी के साथ आखिरकार क्या हुआ उस रात और शायद यही वजह।
So we have a Republic Bharat team reporting there from the victim's residence as the mortal remains have reached her residence. Right now we can see a banner of demanding justice for Anjali. We will keep a close watch on the developments there and we'll continue with our live coverage. For now, we're slipping into a short break. And also another big story that we're tracking on Republic TV is the Shaheen Bagh-like protests in Haldwani in Uttarakhand, where protests are taking place over High Court's eviction notice. And thousands have gathered to pay tribute to victims of terror in Jammu and Kashmir.
का एक इतना बड़ा धमाका हुआ है, उसी घर में धमाका जो है हुआ है। ये बच्चा जो है इसे भी यहाँ पर माइनर इंजरीज जो है वो यहाँ पर आई हैं। आप देखिए भारतीय सेना जो है वो यहाँ पे इंजर्ड्स को लेकर जा रही है। ये देखिए इंजर्ड्स को यहाँ पर लेकर जाया जा रहा है। 2 महिलाएं घायल हुई हैं और एक बच्चे को मामूली तौर पर चोटें जो हैं वो आई हैं। अब भारतीय सेना की एम्बुलेंस में डालकर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के जवान जो है वो उन्हें यहाँ पर रेस्क्यू कर रहे हैं।
Yet another incident of Stampede was reported from Guntur, where the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu was the chief guest here. Well, it was a program of a foundation. This is the very ground, and there was a huge cry over the gifts being distributed at the back end, and this is the very place where a lot of movement, and that is why we see that 3 people have lost their life, and also at the same time several others are said to be injured and they are undergoing treatment at the hospital.
Right now we are in the Dangri village where the cordon and the search operations are on, where the terrorists have taken away the lives of 4 Hindu civilians after identifying them via their ID cards, and intensified searches are underway. Those terrorists, the security forces are trying to identify at an earliest and also to neutralize them. The Indian Army has been deployed.
उसमें कोई ऐसे झगड़े का एंगल आया है या कोई जांच जिसमें कि पता चले कि लड़की क्यों भागी?
पुलिस ने इन्वेस्टिगेशन के दौरान एक आई विटनेस को ट्रेस किया है और उसकी को पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन ज्वाइन करवाया है और 164 के बयान उसके दर्ज कराए गए हैं। जो 164 के बयान हैं वो पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए काफ़ी हेल्पफुल हैं और जो झगड़े की बात है अभी कुछ और पहलू हैं जिनके ऊपर पुलिस फर्दर वेरिफिकेशन कर रही है।
Coming from Sagarpreet Huda, Delhi Police Special CP, giving details about the report, the autopsy report that they have received from the medical team. He's saying that there is no suggestion of sexual assault as per the provisional report. They've also said that they have traced one eyewitness during investigation. What he's also said is that it's a provisional report and not a final report as far as the post-mortem is concerned. But questions still remain on the Delhi police investigation because there is no clarity on the entire sequence of events so far. What happened between 2 a.m. to 3:24 a.m. when the first PCR call was received is still shrouded in mystery. Delhi police continues to be under fire. We're taking a short break right now. After the break, we'll get more details and more reports from the national capital.
Attempt to create a Shaheen Bagh model again. Railway land encroached. Politics follows. Is there an attempt to repeat the 2020 blockade? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
I am Suesha Sawant reporting from New Delhi. This is Republic.
एलजी साहब इस्तीफा दो, हाथ में पोस्टर लेकर के लगातार आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता, नेता और तमाम लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। लगातार पुलिस उनको रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है, एक बैरिकेड को तोड़ने की लगातार कोशिश की जा रही है। यहाँ से ड्रोन के माध्यम से इन तमाम लोगों की रिकॉर्डिंग भी की जा रही है और यहाँ पर तस्वीरें देखिए, यहाँ पर जो है वाटर कैनन जो है वो शुरू हो चुका है। जो लोग हैं उनको कहीं ना कहीं हटाने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
का एक इतना बड़ा धमाका हुआ है, उसी घर में धमाका जो है हुआ है। ये बच्चा जो है इसे भी यहाँ पर माइनर इंजरीज जो हैं वो यहाँ पर आई हैं। आप देखिए भारतीय सेना जो है वो यहाँ पे इंजर्ड्स को लेकर जा रही है। ये देखिए इंजर्ड्स को यहाँ पर लेकर जाया जा रहा है। 2 महिलाएं घायल हुई हैं और एक बच्चे को मामूली तौर पर चोटें जो हैं वो आई हैं। अब भारतीय सेना की एम्बुलेंस में डालकर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के जवान जो है वो उन्हें यहाँ पर रेस्क्यू कर रहे हैं।
Yet another incident of Stampede was reported from Guntur, where the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu was the chief guest here. Well, it was a program of a foundation. This is the very ground, and there was a huge cry over the gifts being distributed at the back end, and this is the very place where a lot of movement, and that is why we see that 3 people have lost their life, and also at the same time several others are said to be injured and they are undergoing treatment at the hospital.
Right now we are in the Dangri village where the cordon and the search operations are on, where the terrorists have taken away the lives of 4 Hindu civilians after identifying them via their ID cards, and intensified searches are underway. Those terrorists, the security forces are trying to identify at an earliest and also to neutralize them. The Indian Army has been deployed in every nook and the corner of the area.
There is a huge crowd of people who have come and they are demanding justice for Anjali. They are saying that they are not convinced by the police theory. They feel that Anjali was actually assaulted and then brutally murdered. Again, dramatic visuals being seen. The protesters have just surrounded the car. They are just banging the car of this official. So you can see that they have banged the...
How is it that as per the FIR, 2 of the 5 men in the car are drunk, but the police claims they don't have a medical report and so cannot be certain? It's insane what the police is saying. And we cannot and we will not let you get away with it. How can a car hit a scooter and the driver of the scooter
get entangled underneath a small car and get dragged for 14 kilometers, and the body of the scooter driver found without any clothes on? And which police force anywhere in the world would register this to be and claim an accident? It's no accident. But what this tells me, after 10 years, the police in the national capital has learnt nothing. But let them know tonight that we are still around, and that we, the people, will challenge their malice and their falsehoods with all the force and all the conviction at our command. There is never any grey for me. It's only black or white, a good or bad, truth or falsehood. And at the start of this year, I call upon all of you, my fellow citizens, respond as you did when I called on you to speak out during Nirbhaya. Justice has to be delivered. This has to be made a case in point. Justice for Delhi's daughter, punishment for those who dared a cover up, punishment for them.
And we're getting breaking news right now. As per sources, former BCCI President Sourav Ganguly is all set to rejoin Delhi Capitals as director of cricket. Former India captain, in fact, Sourav Ganguly, who's also the ex-president of the BCCI, was with the Delhi IPL franchise as mentor earlier. What we're getting to know in the upcoming IPL season that is scheduled in April, Sourav Ganguly is all set to join Delhi Capitals as the director of cricket. Now, he will also oversee all the cricket verticals of the franchise along with the ILT20 team, Dubai Capitals, and the SAT 2030 League with Pretoria Capitals. So this is the latest development coming as far as Sourav Ganguly is concerned, going back into the IPL as the Delhi Capitals mentor, maybe a new role in the Delhi Capitals. Sukhendu from the Bangla newsroom is joining live. What more can you tell us about the latest development as far as Sourav Ganguly's role in the IPL League Delhi Capitals is concerned?
Exactly, the news coming from the sources that the ex-BCCI president, whenever he stepped down, Sourav Ganguly from the BCCI president post, before that he has been asked to join as the IPL chairman, but Sourav denied to take that post. But the recent coming sources from the news that Sourav Ganguly will set to join again to the Delhi Capitals franchisee. It will also look after not only the Delhi franchisee but also their overseas franchisees. The T20 league has been playing in Dubai and South Africa. He also looked after as a board of cricket now this time, because he previously in the 2019 Sourav Ganguly worked as their as the IPL mentor of the Delhi Capitals along with Ricky Ponting. Now what the news coming from that the discussion and the confirmation coming from the Delhi Capitals franchisee side, the officials have a very good relationship with the ex-Indian captain, and therefore they have tried this time Sourav Ganguly will join as the board of cricket for the Delhi Capitals. They will also look not only the Delhi Capitals but also look the overseas of their team. But one thing Sourav also asked to do as an IPL chairman in this season before he was stepping down from the BCCI president, but he denied this post. And this is the latest update from Kolkata.
Yes, thank you, Sukhendu, for joining us live with this breaking update. We're now slipping into a short break. After the break, we'll get you more news and updates from Uttarakhand as well, where protests are raging on in Haldwani, an attempt to create a Shaheen Bagh-like situation, this time over anti-encroachment drive. And BJP leader gives open call for polarization in Karnataka. More on that after this break.
This is Samiksha Srivastava reporting from Mumbai, and this is Republic.
There is a huge crowd of people who have come and they are demanding justice for Anjali. They are saying that they are not convinced by the police theory. They feel that Anjali was actually assaulted and then brutally murdered. Again, dramatic visuals being seen. The protesters have just surrounded the car. They are just banging the car of this official. So you can see that they have banged the vehicle and they have broken the windshield. And you can see the official is running away. The official is running away.
एलजी साहब इस्तीफा दो, हाथ में पोस्टर लेकर के लगातार आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता, नेता और तमाम लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। लगातार पुलिस उनको रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है, एक बैरिकेड को तोड़ने की लगातार कोशिश की जा रही है। यहाँ से ड्रोन के माध्यम से इन तमाम लोगों की रिकॉर्डिंग भी की जा रही है। और यहाँ पर तस्वीरें देखिए, यहाँ पर जो है वाटर कैनन जो है वो शुरू हो चुका है। जो लोग हैं उनको कहीं ना कहीं हटाने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
का एक इतना बड़ा धमाका हुआ है, उसी घर में धमाका जो है हुआ है। ये बच्चा जो है, इसे भी यहाँ पर माइनर इंजरीज जो हैं वो यहाँ पर आई हैं। आप देखिए भारतीय सेना जो है वो यहाँ पे इंजर्ड्स को लेकर जा रही है। ये देखिए इंजर्ड्स को यहाँ पर लेकर जाया जा रहा है। 2 महिलाएं घायल हुई हैं और एक बच्चे को मामूली तौर पर चोटें जो हैं वो आई हैं। अब भारतीय सेना की एम्बुलेंस में डालकर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के जवान जो है वो उन्हें यहाँ पर रेस्क्यू कर रहे हैं।
Yet another incident of stampede was reported from Guntur, where the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu was the chief guest here. Well, it was a program of a foundation. This is the very ground, and there was a huge cry over the gifts being distributed at the back end, and this is the very place where a lot of movement, and that is why we see that 3 people have lost their life, and also at the same time several others are said to be injured and they are undergoing treatment at the hospital.
Right now we are in the Dangri village where the cordon and the search operations are on, where the terrorists have taken away the lives of 4 Hindu civilians after identifying them via their ID cards, and intensified searches are underway.
Postmortem details access, sexual assault ruled out, death due to injuries which were caused by blunt force, according to the postmortem report. Multiple new CCTVs emerge, proves hit and run victim was not alone, friend being questioned. No answers from Delhi police on the delay in finding out the crucial CCTV evidence and eyewitness in the case. Shaheen Bagh-like model in Haldwani. Protests over High Court's eviction notice. Congress attempts to communalize eviction drive by backing those who encroached railway land. Thousands gather as India pays tribute to victims of terror in Jammu and Kashmir. And we cut across to breaking news coming in. TMC spokesperson Saket Gokhale, who is to stay in cyber crime unit custody. That's the latest that is just coming in on Saket Gokhale, who was remanded to 3-day custody, booked under various sections of the IPC, including 469, 471, 501 and 505B for 2 cases. This after his arrest on Thursdays, where Saket Gokhale has been receiving a lot of support from various TMC leaders who are calling this political vendetta. Saket Gokhale, who was arrested in a case of alleged misuse of money collected through crowdfunding by the Ahmedabad Cyber Crime Police. A local court had remanded him to 3-day custody on Friday. And now the latest is that Saket Gokhale will be staying in cyber crime unit custody. He will continue to be in custody, where he will be questioned further. Saket Gokhale was arrested by the Gujarat police on Thursday from Delhi. Then he was brought to Ahmedabad. And Gokhale has been arrested twice earlier this month.
On December 6th, the Ahmedabad Cyber Police had arrested him for allegedly spreading fake news through one of his tweets on the 1st of December regarding the cost incurred on Prime Minister Modi's visit to Morbi. And he was granted bail on the 9th of December. Then this was in connection with the alleged misuse of money collected through crowdfunding.
जो हमारी बालिका थी अंजलि, उसकी उम्र 20 साल थी। अब मैं आपको फाइनल जो कंक्लूसिव है, जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है, वो मैं बताऊंगा। प्रोविजनल कॉज ऑफ डेथ, शॉक एंड हेमोरेज एज अ रिजल्ट ऑफ एंटीमोर्टम इंजुरी टू द हेड, स्पाइन, लेफ्ट फीमर, बोथ लोअर लिम्ब। All injuries collectively can cause death in ordinary cause of nature. However, injury to the head, spine, long bones and other injuries can cause death. All injuries produced by the blunt force, impact and possible with vehicular dragging and accident. इन लोगों ने इस बात की पुष्टि की है कि जो ये हम जो पहले आप देख रहे थे कि इस पूरी सारी चीज़ को जो है अमली जामा पहनाया जा रहा था कि ये एक एक्सीडेंट है। जो पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट आई है वो ये आई है कि ड्रैगिंग के कारण जो एक्सीडेंट हुआ है उसके कारण ये डेथ हुई है। इट इज़ नॉट वन हिट, ऐसा एक डेथ होती है कि एक हिट हुआ और डेथ हो गई। जो 13 किलोमीटर का जो सफ़र जो मुजरिमों ने तय किया था, उसको घसीटा था, उस ड्रैगिंग के कारण डेथ हुई है। एक और मेन एस्पेक्ट जो हम लोग सब जानना चाह रहे थे, जो हम सस्पेक्ट कर रहे थे कि ये कहीं कोई रेप तो नहीं है, तो रेप को लेके जो पॉइंट है, पेल्विस का जो रिपोर्ट आया है, पेल्विस कैविटी जो है वो NAD है, नॉर्मल है, कोई एबनॉर्मलिटी नहीं आई है। पेल्विक बोन्स जो है वो इंटैक्ट हैं। यूटेरस और ओवरी का जो साइज़ है वो 64 ग्राम है। सेंट्रल सर्वाइकल ओपनिंग और नल्ली पैरा मतलब शी वॉज नेवर, वो कभी प्रेग्नेंट नहीं हुई या नहीं थी। ब्लैडर भी नॉर्मल था और नो इंजुरी प्रेजेंट टू द जेनाइटलिया, मतलब उसके जो जेनाइटल ऑर्गन में किसी भी तरीके की इंजुरी नहीं आई है। और इसमें सीमन के बारे में नहीं लिखा, तो मुझे लगता है चूंकि कोई इंजुरी नहीं है तो सीमन भी प्रेजेंट नहीं होगा। तो ये दो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है जो आप सबको जानना बहुत ज़रूरी है। मीडिया जो है एक स्तंभ है, बट एक जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ आ रही है जो पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट में भी है, दैट द इम्पैक्ट ऑफ एक्सीडेंट एंड द कंटिन्यूस ड्रैगिंग ऑफ 13 किलोमीटर वहाँ कहीं पर नोटेड नहीं है, बट उनकी चार्जशीट में ये नोट है कि 13 किलोमीटर जो है वो गाड़ी घूमी है और ड्रैगिंग के कारण जो है ये डेथ हुई है। और ये एक प्रॉपर मर्डर है, एक प्लान मर्डर है, क्योंकि 2 बजे पहले अक्यूज़ कहते हैं कि वो वहाँ पर मूर्थल से अपना न्यू ईयर बना के आ रहे थे और सडनली वो लोग 2 बजे वहाँ पर खड़े हुए हैं, अपनी लाइट को डिम कर रहे हैं, कुछ कर रहे हैं। तो ये प्रॉपर एक प्लान्ड मर्डर है। मैं आप लोगों के माध्यम से हमारे भारत के प्रथम नागरिक, हमारी राष्ट्रपति श्रीमती मुर्मू जी से, हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी से और हमारे LG साहब से, विनय कुमार सक्सेना जी से, आप सबसे ये आग्रह करूंगा कि हमारी जो बहन है, जो दिल्ली की बहन है, जो आज पूरे भारत की बहन बन गई है 140 करोड़ लोगों की, उसको इंसाफ दिया जाए। जैसे निर्भया को इंसाफ मिलने में 10 साल लग गए, वैसा वक्त ना लगाया जाए और इन 5 एक्यूज को जो है फांसी की सजा सुनाई जाए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब हम लोग जो है यहाँ से क्रिमेशन के लिए जाएंगे और उसके बाद अगर आप लोगों के कुछ सवाल होंगे तो हम लोग उसका जवाब देंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
All right, so these are the details of the autopsy that have just been put out, where the team is saying that it is a result of antemortem injury. Remember the sexual assault angle that has been ruled out in the postmortem case, and the mortal remains of the victim that are now at her residence, where shortly from now in the case, especially today, 48 hours after what had happened, where the angle of a friend of the victim being with her has emerged. My colleague Piyush has also spoken to a
सर,
top.
अगर हम अभी तक की तहकीकात की बात करें इस पूरे मामले में, सुल्तानपुरी में जो घटना हुई है उसको लेकर कहां तक तहकीकात पहुंची?
सुल्तानपुरी के मामले में अभी मेडिकल बोर्ड द्वारा पोस्टमार्टम एग्जामिनेशन हुआ था कल, उसकी रिपोर्ट आ चुकी है। रिपोर्ट के आधार पर एंटी मॉर्टम इंजरीज हैं, शॉक एंड हैमरेज की, और वेहिकुलर ड्रैगिंग की वजह से इसमें डेथ हुई है। इसके अलावा जो रिपोर्ट है उसमें ये सजेस्ट किया गया है कि जो सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट है वो नहीं हुआ है, और ये एक प्रोविजनल रिपोर्ट है। इसके बाद अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन हम कर रहे हैं। हमारे इन्वेस्टिगेशन के दौरान एक आई विटनेस को पुलिस ने ट्रेस किया है, उसने पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन ज्वाइन किया है।
मैं ये आई विटनेस के बारे में जानना चाह रहा था, ये कब पता चला आपको? और सीसीटीवी फुटेज भी कई सारी आई हैं, और अभी इस आई विटनेस को लेकर अगर आप और जानकारी दे सकें।
तो पुलिस का इन्वेस्टिगेशन चारों एंगल्स पे जारी था। हम सभी तरह के एफर्ट्स कर रहे थे, उसमें हमारे पास क्लू थे, उन क्लू पे काम हो रहा था। उनके आधार पर हम उस जो विटनेस है उसको हम ट्रेस कर पाए हैं। पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन विटनेस ने ज्वाइन किया है, और कोर्ट में भी उनकी स्टेटमेंट हमने 164 CRPC के तहत रजिस्टर कराई है।
आखिरी प्रश्न, पोस्टमार्टम को लेकर अगर आप कुछ बता पाए सर।
पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट अभी इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग ऑफिसर के पास है, ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन का हिस्सा है। फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है। फाइनल रिपोर्ट जो बोर्ड है इन ड्यू कोर्स सबमिट करेगा।
बड़ी बात नो सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट उसमें आया सर, ये एक चीज़ है जिसको एक मांग की जा रही थी फैमिली मेंबर्स की तरफ से कि इसमें और सेक्शंस ऐड किए जाएं। नो सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट अब आ गया है। अगर आगे
जैसे मैंने मेंशन किया, ऐसी कोई इंजरी नहीं है जो ये सजेस्ट करे कि इसमें सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट हुआ है।
थैंक यू सो मच बात करने के लिए। रिपब्लिक के साथ मैं पीयूष मिश्रा, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क।
All right, so special CP saying that the death was due to dragging. That is exactly what the post-mortem report has also put out. Special CP while speaking to Republic on a day when the angle of the friend of the victim has emerged of how she was with her that night. And remember, protests that are continuing as questions being asked to the Delhi police, not just of the inaction, but even on the pace of the investigation. Shivangi, I want to come to you because it has been 2 days and now CCTV tapes that are being released of what had happened that night. Had action been taken in time, probably several evidences would have been retained, they wouldn't have been lost. But that is exactly what happens when the pace of the investigation is slow. Today, the police is saying that the friend of the victim who was with her until the accident happened, and what exactly were they doing at that hotel? All these questions is what the police is now concentrating on as they probed her. What more do we know?
Right. Suesha, so right now, viewers, we are seeing that the visuals coming in right now is, remember that the last rites of Anjali will take place, the victim will be taking place right now. The body has been handed over. The body has been handed over to the family. We are still waiting for her final journey. But at this point of time, you know, we just stored that conversation with the special CP, and the relative has said that death was due to dragging. That anti-mortem report, which is still not final yet, it's not a final post-mortem. But the anti-mortem, what does anti-mortem mean? Anti-mortem means injuries sustained before death. So when it comes to anti-mortem, the anti-mortem injuries, it means that she had got injuries in her spine and her head, right? So like you said, Suesha, right now, still the victim's relative has made it very clear, and the questions that you have raised, the questions that Republic TV has raised, that why did it take so much of time after the first PCR call was made to locate the victim's body? Why was there so few police personnel in the middle of the night, knowing it's 31st, knowing it's New Year's Eve? There should be more police presence, especially when, you know, a lot of cases come out when people are outside, they're celebrating. So many questions Republic TV has also raised in this matter. But right now, viewers, we are getting these visuals coming in as well of the final journey of the victim. Her mortal remains have been handed over, and also Sueshan, and like you were telling our viewers and like we have been showing on Republic TV, all the CCTV footage which points towards what role did the victim's friend play in this entire case. Around 1:16 or 1 a.m. at night, they both were standing outside the hotel. They both were in fact fighting and involved in a brawl. And later on, around 3, we see the CCTV footage of apparently the car moving with Anjali, the victim, underneath the car being dragged. So what happened in those 2 hours? Many questions still remain, Suesha.
Absolutely, they do, and exactly what the police is now looking into. We have many of our colleagues on the ground, Shivangi, as the last rites of the victim will be performed in a short while from now. But the post-mortem report really settling down details when it was about whether the girl was sexually assaulted. Now, that is something that the post-mortem report has ruled out. But what exactly was the role of her friend? And what had happened when both of them entered into a brawl at close to 1:16 outside that Oyo hotel? After that, both of them left together. It was her friend who was riding the scooty, and we'll try and listen in to our colleague on the ground. As remember, the police has barricaded the entire.
सामने आई है, लेकिन इन सब के साथ ये अपने आप में तस्वीर काफी महत्वपूर्ण हो जाती है जब पीड़िता का अंतिम संस्कार करने के लिए परिवार यहां से रवाना हो गया है। पुलिस की भारी सुरक्षा के बीच में परिवार बार-बार ये कह रहा है कि अब परिवार को न्याय चाहिए। पीड़िता के परिवार का ये कहना है कि ये चूंकि ये प्लान्ड मर्डर है, इसलिए परिवार को न्याय चाहिए।
So on the left of your screens of the final journey of the victim, the last rites to be performed shortly from now. This after the post-mortem report that was released this afternoon. And remember, the investigation continues. In fact, stands at a very, very crucial point, 48 hours after what had happened. And a series of those CCTV tapes that we put out for our viewers of the sequence that we know so far. But a lot of unanswered questions of what happened in those 47 minutes. And what exactly was the role of the victim's friend who was on that scooty she had left with her. Those CCTV tapes that tell you what had happened. 103, when the victim's friend met with 4 men and then she left on the scooty. 116, when she met with the victim and both of them were fighting outside the hotel. At 131, when both of them were riding the scooty. 205, when we have a CCTV tape of the Baleno. And after 2 o'clock, when the body was seen under the Baleno on CCTV. 3:05, another video. 3:24, when a call was made to the PCR. And 5 a.m. is when the police recovered the body. What took so long? What transpired in this time? So many questions now staring at the Delhi police still. And shifting focus now, as RTI reply states that the encroachment is illegal, that RTI reply has been accessed. Oh, what is happening in Haldwani? We'll try and get one of our reporters to put out details of the RTI reply that has been accessed by the public. This even as protests are underway in Haldwani in Uttarakhand over the anti-encroachment drive. The eviction drive that has been ordered by the High Court over railway land that has been encroached, and how it has been illegally built upon. Protesters backed by political parties who have staged a dharna, and they are saying that the minority community is being targeted. That is what they are alleging. Hence, they've blocked roads. Those are the scenes on the streets in Haldwani. And the truth that is very clear of how they encroached upon this railway land. The RTI reply has been accessed. We'll try and get you more details on the same.
Of the railways, the preparations are underway, but we have to see that how the Supreme Court will react on January 5. Will the Supreme Court give a verdict like the High Court? It's going to, it's going to stand by that verdict, or will it going to put a stay and hear it all the more? But the main point here is that the story that is being propelled by the opposition parties, that it is an attack on the minority section. It is not, because right behind me is the evidence. Because if this entire area goes down, this temple, and there are multiple temples like this in the entire vicinity, will also go down in the demolition drive. This is Madhurima Mishra with VJ Manish for Republic TV.
All right, Madhurima there getting us all the details on the ground, because this is railway land that has been encroached near Haldwani. 29 acres of railway land that has been encroached. More than 4,500 people reside on this land that has been illegally built upon. The land that includes 20 mosques and 9 temples, 2 inter-colleges, primary school and PHC. The High Court has ordered its demolition. The demolition drive that needs to be carried out, and the encroachment removal order that was passed on the 20th of December. The eviction notice that has been sent to 4,300 families. They are now staging a protest. They are saying that this is to target the minority community.
यहाँ के लोगों के कहने की बात है, वो ये कह रहे हैं कि वो दसियों सालों से यहाँ पर रह रहे हैं। 50 साल, कुछ बिल्डिंग 100 साल भी पुरानी है। उनका ये कहना है कि वो यहाँ पर रह रहे हैं और ये ज़मीन उनकी है। बल्कि अगर हम हाई कोर्ट की ऑर्डर की मानी जाए तो हाई कोर्ट ने रेलवे के फेवर में ऑर्डर दिया है। उन्होंने रेलवे को डिमोलिशन ड्राइव कंडक्ट करने की परमिशन दे दी है और यहाँ पे 1 जनवरी को एविक्शन नोटिस भी दे दिया गया है। लेकिन यहाँ के लोगों ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हाजिरी लगाई है, जहाँ पे सुप्रीम कोर्ट 5 जनवरी को इनकी गुहार एक बार फिर से सुनेगा, क्योंकि दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट ने अपने वर्डिक्ट में ये बोला है कि जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स यहाँ के लोगों ने सबमिट किए हैं वो काफ़ी नहीं है ये इस्टेब्लिश करने के लिए कि ये उनकी ज़मीन है। हालांकि दूसरे से तरफ रेलवेज के पास उतने डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं जो कि उससे ये साबित होता है कि ये इनकी ज़मीन है। लेकिन अब ये देखना होगा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट क्या कहता है, क्योंकि दोबारा से एक बार फिर से आर्ग्यूमेंट्स होंगे। लेकिन इसके बीच में, इस गहमा गहमी के बीच में जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज़ हैं वो अपना उल्लू सीधा कर रही हैं। उनका मानना ये है कि गवर्नमेंट एक सर्टन सेक्शन ऑफ कम्युनिटी को अटैक कर रही है, बल्कि ये केस गवर्नमेंट या लोगों के बीच में नहीं है, ये रेलवेज़ और लोगों के बीच में। और मेरे पीछे आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पे दोनों समुदाय के लोगों के बिजनेस भी हैं, यहाँ पे मस्जिद भी है, यहाँ पे मंदिर भी है। तो अगर यहाँ पे जब डेमोलिशन ड्राइव कंडक्ट किया जाएगा तो ये सब कुछ हटाया जाएगा। ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ एक समुदाय के ऊपर अटैक होगा, दोनों के घर, दोनों की दुकानें, दोनों के मकानें सब नीचे लाई जाएंगी। बड़ा सवाल ये है कि ये क्यों किया जा रहा है। समाजवादी पार्टी, कांग्रेस पार्टी सामने आके इसे सरकार का एक अटैक बता रही है, बल्कि ये एक सिर्फ लीगल बैटल है जिसमें जो भी यहाँ रह रहा है, अगर ये केस हारते हैं तो उनको उसका ब्रंट बेयर करना पड़ेगा। बाकी हमें देखना होगा कि 5 तारीख को क्या होता है। मैं मधुरिमा मिश्रा, विजय मनीष के साथ, रिपब्लिक भारत की।
Live reports that Madhurima continues to send to us from Haldwani to give us a situation on the ground and how exactly are people protesting. But a lot of questions being asked on whether this is a rerun of what had happened in Shaheen Bagh. We've put out that RTI reply on the screen that has been accessed by Republic, which has clearly stated encroachment. We'll try and have one of my colleagues to take us through the details of the RTI reply that has been accessed by Republic. But very clearly, it states encroachment. And this is amply clear on how the railway land has been illegally encroached upon. Multiple reactions that are coming into it. Let's listen in.
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वगैरह देना है वो रेलवे को देना है। हमें शांति व्यवस्था के लिए हमने मजिस्ट्रेट और पुलिस फोर्स पर्याप्त मात्रा में हम लोगों ने डिमांड कर दी है और उनके रोकने की व्यवस्था कहाँ कहाँ होगी उसकी व्यवस्थाएं हम लोग कर रहे हैं। अभी एसएसपी साहब और हम लोग भी स्वयं जा रहे हैं कि किन किन स्थानों पर अपनी फोर्स को हम लोग रुकवाएंगे और जैसे ही ये पब्लिकेशन वगैरह कर देते हैं, मुनादी रेलवे कर देती है, उसके एक सप्ताह के अंदर हम लोग आगे की कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित करेंगे।
शांति व्यवस्था कायम रखने इसको लेकर भी किस तरह से पूरा देखा जा रहा है?
अब उसमें देखिए, इसमें सभी से अपील यही रहेगी। अब चूँकि माननीय उच्च न्यायालय के आदेश हैं उसका पालन हमें करना है और हमारी तो ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि जितने लोग अपनी व्यवस्थाएं अभी से कर सकते हैं उन लोग को अभी से व्यवस्थाएं कर लेंगे।
आज हमने हमारा ये कल ही तय हो गया था, हमने कैंडल मार्च निकाला। कैंडल मार्च निकालने का हमने लोगों से यही अपील करी है किसी तरीके की कोई ऐसी वो ना करे और हमें उच्चतम न्यायालय पर पूरा भरोसा है। 2 तारीख को 2 या 3 तारीख में हमारा केस फाइल चुका, वहाँ से हमें ऊपर वाले से उम्मीद है कि हमें स्टे जरूर मिलेगा।
पास पर्याप्त मात्रा में फोर्स इस समय भी है, उपलब्ध है। 5 कंपनी हमारे पास पीएससी की है और आपका जो स्टेट की पुलिस है वो आपका अगले वीकेंड तक आ जाएगी पूरी और जो डिमांड की गई है सेंट्रल फोर्स की वो आपका मेरा है उम्मीद कि अतिक्रमण का जो हमारा अभियान शुरू होगा उससे पहले आ जाएगा। इसमें 10 ड्रोन और 20 वीडियो कैमरे की डिमांड हमने रेलवे से की है जिस पे उनके द्वारा सहमति दी गई है और इसमें वो हमें जल्दी उपलब्ध कराएंगे।
मानवता के जो ग्राउंड बनते हैं, ह्यूमैनिटेरियन ग्राउंड्स पे हम लोग आ जाए। आप देख रहे हैं किस प्रकार से पारा गिरता जा रहा है और जो कड़ाके की ठंड पड़ रही है और 4500 मकान, ठीक है हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट जा रहे हैं, अभी उसका मेंशन हुआ है, उसकी सुनवाई की कौन सी तारीख मिलती है, कई सारी चीज़ें हैं। तो ये सारी चीज़ों पे और प्लस जो कल ज्ञापन हमने सौंपा था माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के लिए, तो उनसे हमने जानकारी ली कि संज्ञान मुख्यमंत्री जी को है, तो उन्होंने बताया कि पूरा संज्ञान भी है और हमने उनको अवेयर कराया कि 4500 अगर खुदा ना खास्ता 1% सुप्रीम कोर्ट से स्टे नहीं मिलता तो कैसी भयावह स्थिति उत्पन्न हो सकती है। तो ये सारी जानकारी क्योंकि ज़िला के हमारे अधिकारी हैं और पुराने अधिकारी हैं, अनुभवी अधिकारी हैं, तो ये सारी चीज़ों से अवगत भी उन्हें कराया और जो आपने देखा होगा कल एक मिसाल कायम हुई, आप इतना बड़ा यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट हुआ लेकिन एक भी आपने देखा होगा ना नारा लगा, ना मुर्दाबाद हुई, ना जिंदाबाद।
And pictures from the national capital that remind the entire nation of the ghastly accident which is still being probed. That is exactly how it was termed by the Delhi police. The hit and run case that the Delhi police has called it so far. But is there more to it? Could it be a murder? Remember, this angle that is still being probed by the cops. Anger that continues to grow. And questions being asked to the Delhi police, not just over the inaction that could have probably saved the victim's life, but also over the slow pace of the investigation. Remember, 48 hours after, when the police has now found the angle of a friend being there with the victim when the accident happened, and the fact that she fled the spot. Why didn't the police know of this in 48 hours? The last rites of the victim that will be performed soon as her mortal remains are being taken. And these are the people on the streets of Delhi. Some who knew her, but many who did not know her personally. They are outraged over the extent of this gruesome accident or crime that has been carried out, of how for 13 long kilometers her body was dragged on the streets of the national capital and no action was taken, of how the police did not take details seriously despite the fact that those who saw the body entangled in that car continued to call out to the police, but they showed no interest. And this just brings us to the very question of how safe is Delhi for women? 10 years after Nirbhaya, how is it that we continue to see such a gruesome crime, and those who are to protect and ensure safety of the national capital those who are to go after those who break law and order. How is it that they were so careless that cost the life of the victim? There is a lot of police that is manning this ambulance in which the body is being taken.
शॉट दे रहे हैं वो शॉट।
Piyush, my colleague, is also on the ground. Piyush, we stay with these pictures and we obviously understand the fears of the Delhi police, who have had to face a lot of criticism and embarrassment over how they did not act. And the outrage that has been growing ever since this case has come to light. But the very fact that questions still stare at the Delhi police of how safe are women in the national capital. Such a gruesome crime after Nirbhaya, and the fact that the police just turned a blind eye for a good 2 hours that could have saved the victim's life. Of so many loopholes that have been very, very evident, that have been surfacing in the last 48 hours when it comes to the lapses in investigation of the CCTV tapes, and some of them having emerged today that are putting across the story of some of it, of what had happened, but really to find out if the 5 accused were responsible, if they purposely dragged her body, if they left her to die, when did she die? Could they have saved her? Why did the police not act in time? Piyush, please talk to me.
You know, there are several questions that needs to be asked. There are several questions that needs to be answered by the Delhi police, because the way this case has gone ever since it has come to light from the New Year's, you know, there are several questions than the answers which we are getting. In fact, to begin with, the Delhi police first said that this is a clear case of accident, a clear case of unfortunate accident which led to the death of this 20-year-old. But later, it was revealed that there was more than an accident. After all, when a person is being dragged under the car for more than 12 kilometers, then definitely there are a lot of tough questions that needs to be asked from the authorities and from the law enforcement officials of why there was no action that was being taken at the appropriate time. Having said that, there is also now a lot of CCTV images that are coming out which shows that perhaps there is more than what definitely meets the eye, and there is more than what Delhi police needs to tell us. Today, the post-mortem report came out and it was given to the family members. In what can be a major relief for the Delhi police, the post-mortem report has revealed that there is no sexual assault. The family members also, initially, they used to say that this was a case of rape cum murder. But now, following the post-mortem report, the family members are saying that at least right now, they are going to accept what Delhi police is telling them, that there is no sexual assault. Having said that, they also feel that this is a case of a murder, and they do want the section of 302 IPC to be imposed in this case. I'm right now reporting from the crematorium of place where there is a huge deployment of police officials. It is over here that the final rites of this 20-year-old who died a very unfortunate death is going to be finally laid to rest over here. And we hope that now her soul is going to get some peace, she is going to get justice, and more importantly,
her family is going to get justice. While today she is going to be laid to rest, one thing is for certain, that the lot of twists and turns which are involved in this case will make sure that there is going to be no ending to this case for a long time to come, and it is going to be ultimately to the law enforcement officials to make sure that they do a thorough and impartial investigation in this case. Back to in the studio.
Viewers, right now we are seeing visuals come in right now. Viewers, where the final rites, the final journey is happening of the Delhi hit and run victims, and those are the visuals on your screen, viewers, where you can see the mortal remains being taken to the crematorium. And this is happening right now as we speak, viewers. It's the final journey of the hit and run victim Anjali on your screens, and we are seeing that hundreds have also come out to demand justice. Now let's take our viewers exactly through what was happening a short while back. There was a post-mortem report which has come out. It's not the final report, but it really shows what injuries she has sustained. According to that report, it says that through blunt force or dragging, she sustained injuries to her head and her spine. Her injuries are not because of any kind of sexual assault. It is because of being dragged. Blunt force is the reason. But the victims' relatives have come out and they have said that no matter what the post-mortem report says, even if there was no sexual assault involved, justice needs to be served. He's appealing even to the Prime Minister, the President, for justice for the hit and run victims, saying that these accused, even if there was no sexual assault involved, they still deserve the maximum punishment because of what happened, the negligence, and how on New Year's Eve, one girl, young girl, just a 20-year-old girl who was a breadwinner for her family, a 20-year-old girl who had a long life ahead of her, how she lost her life on New Year's Eve. So right now, viewers, you're seeing the visuals on your screen come in right now. The mortal remains are being taken to the crematorium, and many people coming out asking for justice. Remember when yesterday Republic TV was on the spot when massive protests were happening, where there was a lot of anger against Delhi police as well. How did this incident happen? Because remember, viewers, 31st night, New Year's is a time a lot of people come out to celebrate, but it took 2 hours. It took 2 hours from the first PCR call to finding the victim's body. Why? Why so long? Many questions being raised right now. And at 1:16, around 1 a.m., 1:16, there's a CCTV footage that we showed you, viewers, of the victim with her friend. They're having a fight, and there are also some. Afterwards, we see that there are also some men who was talking to the victim's friend. And after that, around 3 a.m., just 2 hours after that, we see a CCTV footage of the car moving around, taking kilometers, being driven kilometer by kilometer. Around 13 kilometers, we know that the car was being driven around with the victim's body being dragged. A very, very gruesome case right now. Of course, it's still in the investigation mode right now, but as per investigation, we know that the sexual assault did not happen. That's what the police is saying, according to the post-mortem report. And number two, we also know right now that section 304 has been added. That is culpable homicide without intention to murder. That is a non-bailable warrant which has been slapped on the accused. So bail is completely out of the question, viewers. So right now we're seeing that hundreds coming out to demand justice, and we're seeing a lot of people out. Let's go back to our newsroom and studios. So we are looking at these live images right now on our screens, the final journey of the Delhi hit and run victim. But like I said, remember, this is a story clearly that has a lot of twists and turns, a story that has a lot of unanswered questions. The Delhi police earlier has spoken to Republic, the special CP there, in conversation with our colleague, but absolutely silent and mum still on what possibly has been the entire sequence of events. Now, right now, what you're looking at are images that are coming in from the national capital. This is the final journey of the victim who lost her life on the intervening night of the 31st and the 1st, as the entire world was, remember, getting ready to ring into the new year. The victim here was being dragged literally for 14 kilometers below the axle of a car. And all this happening in the national capital under the watch of the Delhi police. The reason why there are so many questions that go out to the Delhi police, even as we'll stay live with these images, and we'll also in fact check if we have our reporters live reporting from different vantage points right now, whether it's about the investigation, whether it's also about the family today that is in a state of shock. They are mourning right now, clearly not able to come to terms with the fact that they lost their sole breadwinner in this way. She was all of 20. She lost her life in the national capital. And like I said, a lot of heavy police bandobast is what we see on our screens right now, as the mortal remains are being taken to the crematorium for the final rites. We've been putting our focus on the timeline of the entire case, a number of twists and turns that we have seen that have continued to emerge in the entire case, keeping in mind that the Delhi police, remember, also has a lot of answering to do. Even as we are live with these images, on the bottom of your screens, you're continuously looking at the timeline, the possible sequence of events that our team has actually put together that is detailing through the different CCTV footages that Republic has been able to access, that clearly raises the big question: where was the Delhi police when n number of PCR calls were made? Where was the Delhi police when the victim, remember, got entangled in the wheels, the axle there of the Baleno car? And obviously the Delhi police there was nowhere to be found. The PCR calls that were made went in vain. And we'll also try and see if we can go to our reporters reporting live on that story right now. And Shivangi, I'm told, is reporting from Sultanpuri. Shivangi, if you can hear me, it is a very, very difficult moment for the family. But, you know, everyone who's looking at the story, Shivangi, is shocked that something like this happens in the national capital under the watch of the Delhi police, and that too on a night where you see heavy patrolling on the streets of Delhi. Right, Deepthi, all our viewers are watching these visuals, the final journey of the Delhi hit and run victim, and you can see how many people there are out on the streets. You can see the entire street, the entire street is filled with people, and that in a way also raises concerns. Like you were saying, Deepthi, on a night, 31st night, there's a need that there should be more police presence on these special occasions, because a lot of people are outside, a lot of people are celebrating outside. So we are seeing that these visuals that our viewers are also watching, this raises questions and this raises concerns about safety of women, about more security for an ordinary citizen of Delhi or an ordinary citizen of India. So right now we're seeing these visuals on our screen, and Deepthi, it's very, very important to note over here that the family was the one who first started asking questions. They said that this does not look like murder, it looks like something more than that, because of the kind of information that even Republic TV has been putting out for our viewers. There is a friend involved in this case. She's being interrogated right now. We are yet to, of course, know from the police that what does that friend reveal, because a friend was at the spot with the victim And once the scooty of that victim hit the vehicle, the Baleno car, the friend fled from the spot and she did not even call the cops. Why did not the friend call the cops, and why did she escape from the spot? These are many big questions being raised. Who are the people that the friend was speaking to in the middle of the night around 1 a.m. or between 1 and 2 a.m.? Who was she speaking to? Who are these men? Who are these men, 4 men that she was speaking to without the victim with her in the middle of the night? And after that, we see that the victim is being dragged in a car. All the CCTV footage that has been accessed by Republic TV. We are, of course, the police is also trying to crack this case, but it really shows that there's something really which went wrong. And like we were talking about the accused earlier had denied all the allegations. Of course, right now they are in custody right now, but earlier they denied the allegations that in fact they went on to say they had no idea that there was somebody even underneath the car. But how can that be possible, Deepthi, and our viewers as well? 13 kilometers is the amount of distance that the victim was dragged. 13 kilometers. So many questions being raised right now, Deepthi. And also let's talk a little bit about the interrogations which are happening. The friend is being interrogated. The friend of the victim is being interrogated. The staff of the hotel where the victim was staying, those staff members are being interrogated. The men, there were some men that were seen speaking to the victim and the friend. Those people are also being interrogated, Deepthi. So right now, of course, even though the post-mortem report is saying there's no angle of sexual assault, still, Deepthi, like you are also raising these questions with our guest, a lot of concerns being raised about how did this incident happen and why did this incident happen, especially on a New Year's Eve and intervening night between 31st and 1st, Deepthi?
Oh yes, absolutely. And Shivangi, as we continue to stay live with these images that we are looking at on our screens, we'll also request, our producer to actually fire those questions that the Delhi police today needs to answer. Because this is not a case that is going to be forgotten. This is not a case that will just go in vain. And the Delhi police clearly, like I said, has a lot of answering to do. Also, it's only today, remember, that there are a number of these CCTV footages that have finally emerged that are able to tell you more about the entire sequence of events. We now know that there was another friend in question. She possibly was also a pillion rider. There was an apparent brawl that takes place between the two. All this is only something that has surfaced earlier today. But right now, Shivangi, where you are, I just see a lot of people today in this final journey of the victim. And this really tells you that this is an issue that continues to bother us. Whether it was Nirbhaya, I remember more than 10 years ago, more than a decade ago, Shivangi, and people today are asking what has changed in Delhi. Has the policing changed? The answer is no. Do we feel safer? The answer is again no. Will the police continue to have its own lapses? Can the police not be held accountable? These are questions, Shivangi, that continue to surface even today.
Protest, breaking. इधर जल्दी करो प्रोटेस्ट है ब्रेकिंग कर दो ना प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है खाने पे
Some visuals right now. Deepthi, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We were just looking at what's happening, but we are seeing a lot of action over here. Where we're seeing protests happening right now, viewers. Okay, so they're saying Anjali ko nyay do. That is exactly what these people are saying, and they have come outside the Sultanpuri police station at this point of time, viewers. We can see that these people are coming. Can you talk to us? They are saying capital punishment for the people who are accused in the case.
फांसी दो।
क्या चाहते हैं?
हम न्याय चाहते हैं उस लड़की के लिए, न्याय चाहते हैं हम अंजलि के लिए।
ओके, आपको लगता है कि अभी अक्यूज है, बोल रहे कोई सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट नहीं हुआ है, अभी ड्रैग किया है, इंजरी स्पाइन में इंजरी लगी है, व्हाट डू यू एक्सपेक्ट?
उन्होंने अभी ये बताया कि इसमें जो है अभी इनका जो पैर वैर ये टूटा गया, लेकिन बाकी उस पे
कोई रेप का कोई ऐसा केस नहीं, बलात्कार का कोई ऐसा पुष्टि नहीं हुई है।
इस केस में जो है देखो दोषी जो है ना वो दिल्ली पुलिस के कर्मचारी है जो वहाँ पर लगाए गए थे उस रोड पे, और नए साल के ऊपर मतलब 1 तारीख को कह रहे 17,000 पुलिस वाले लगे हैं, 20,000 पुलिस वाले लगे हैं, उस 15 किलोमीटर के ऊपर क्यों नहीं लगे थे पुलिस वाले? कहाँ गए थे उस दिन?
सेफ्टी कंसर्न बहुत आ रहा है कि सेफ्टी क्यों नहीं हुई थी न्यू ईयर्स ईव में, क्यों नहीं पुलिस प्रेजेंट थी? व्हाई डिडंट दे कैच दिस इंसिडेंट?
हाँ, दिल्ली पुलिस कहती है हम दिल की पुलिस है, आप दिल्ली के दिल में नहीं थे उस दिन, आप ड्यूटी पे मुस्तैद नहीं थे, आपको होना चाहिए था।
दिल्ली की महिलाएं अपने आप को सेफ महसूस नहीं कर रही हैं, वो घर से निकलते हुए सोचती है, डरती है कि वो कैसे अपने घर पे भाग जाएगी।
हाँ, so many questions being raised right now. Right, many questions being raised right now. A lot of people saying that it's time to give justice to the Delhi hit and run victim. You can see, yeah, law and order questions being raised right now. If you can see the visuals right now, and these protests are on your screens right now. Lot of people asking questions. Lot of people asking questions right now, and my camera person VJ Anup is showing you all the visuals on your screen. The same thing we're talking about Deepthi right now. That big questions being raised about why was there not enough police presence, safety of women coming out, and they're saying capital punishment for the people involved, the 5 accused who are in police custody. Deepthi right now, so we saw that these protesters just passed through the Sultanpuri police station, Deepthi, and as I show you visuals, we can see the police cars behind. Can you see the police cars behind? Vijay Anup, please दिखाइए पीछे जो police cars है. Their police presence is all here as well. The security has tightened up over here as these protesters are moving ahead on this road right now, Deepthi. We are reporting live from Sultanpuri, and as the final rites of the victim are happening as we speak, anger in the streets of Delhi continues, and this anger was seen, and Vijay Anup is showing you all the visuals, even when the case had transpired. Yesterday was anger on the streets. We saw people breaking windshields of police vehicles, and still as we are walking with the protesters right now, I will keep walking with them, Deepthi, right now, and showing you all the visuals as the final rites continue. And as we show you visuals right now, viewers, of what is happening, as we show you visuals of the protesters right now, let's talk about also the case. The case continues. In fact, let's go ahead. Let's keep walking with the protesters. आप protest कर रहे हो अभी? आप protest कर रहे हो? We see the police presence. as Vijay Anup, पीछे दिखाइए. The police vehicles are also following right now, viewers. Right now, lot of people asking for justice and nyay for Anjali. They're asking for capital punishment right now. Let's try to talk to some protesters. आप भी चल रहे हो? आपको क्या डिमांड है? बहुत क्वेश्चंस रेज हो रहे हैं विमेन सेफ्टी के ऊपर, महिला सेफ्टी के ऊपर. क्या बोलना है?
मैं तो भाई चल रही
हूँ. आप प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हो?
यस मैम.
आपको लगता है विमेन सेफ्टी कंसर्न है?
नो.
हाँ?
औरत कहीं से भी सेफ नहीं है, लड़की कहीं से भी सेफ नहीं है. अगर सेफ होती तो ऐसा नहीं होता अंजलि के साथ.
So right now we're seeing these visuals on the screen. All right. अच्छा, आप क्यों चाहते हैं कि कैपिटल पनिशमेंट मिले? क्यों बोल रहे हैं ये?
देखिए मैडम, अगर आपने ड्राइव की, आप भी ड्राइव करते हैं, एक पत्थर भी आ जाए तो हमें पता लगेगा गाड़ी में हवा कम है, पता लगेगा. एक डेड बॉडी, एक लड़की फंस जाए गाड़ी में तो उनको पता नहीं है. दिल्ली पुलिस इनको बचाने की सिर्फ कोशिश कर रही है. जो मनोज मित्तल है वो बीजेपी का सहप्रभारी है, उसको बचाया जा रहा है. दिल्ली पुलिस उनके काले कारनामों पर पर्दा डाल रही है.
आपको लगता है कि दिल्ली पुलिस उस नाइट पे, न्यू ईयर्स नाइट पे ज्यादा प्रेजेंस होना चाहिए? आप क्या बोल रहे हो कि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की सिचुएशन है? क्या प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हो?
जब 3:21 पर पीसीआर को कॉल हुई थी तो पुलिस की कॉल भी आई थी, पुलिस आई भी, मगर पुलिस ने उन लोगों को रोका नहीं. और शुक्र है उस बंदे का जिसने 4 किलोमीटर तक स्कूटी से उसका पीछा किया. फिर वो पुलिस के पास आता है बेगमपुर. उसने बोला कि ये बॉडी फंसी हुई है. पुलिस ने सोती रही, शराब के नशे में धुत थी.
बहुत टाइम लगा था रिस्पॉन्ड करने के लिए. And Vijay Anoop, आगे चलते, अभी we're getting more reactions. आप महिला है, आप भी बोल रहे हैं पनिशमेंट होना चाहिए, ये बोल रहे हैं, क्यों बोल रहे हैं? क्योंकि पुलिस दिल्ली पुलिस है। Alright, right now viewers, we're seeing that the big questions are being raised on the law and order situation right now. Viewers, we're trying to get more reactions as this protest continues. Sultanpur is where we are right now. We are seeing that as the final rites continue, as the victim's family is saying, even though there is no sexual assault angle, but still, there is still something wrong with this case. And whoever is accused in the case, they need punishment. That's what the protesters are saying right now. Viewers, I will keep talking to more people as we go. We have children also. Very interesting, we have children also. There are little children who are also taking part of these protests, viewers. As we continue going ahead and seeing that the police presence is also increasing right now. आप भी protest कर रहे हो? And विजय अनुप आ जाइए, हम walk करके बात करते हैं. आपको क्या demand है? आपको लगता है कि women safety का problem है अभी? हमको फांसी चाहिए, हत्यारों को फांसी चाहिए. क्यों बोल रहे हो ये? क्या problem क्या है? उसका एक रोड एक्सीडेंट नहीं, उसका मर्डर हुआ. Alright, so I just want to toss back to you. I want to toss back to the studios. It's very loud over here, so I will show you the visuals, viewers. Tossing back to the studio right now, Deepthi. If you can hear me, I'm tossing back to the studio as we follow these protesters as they demand capital punishment for the accused. Deepthi.
All right, Shivangi there getting us a lot of that ground coverage from Sultanpuri, and I think what is the prevalent sentiment is a lot of anger against the Delhi police, and rightly so, considering that this clearly is a death that could have been avoided had the Delhi police acted in time, had the PCRs rushed to their calls on time, and had someone at least on that entire route noticed that there was a body stuck in the axle of that Baleno car for a good 10 to 15 kilometers. But unfortunately, nothing of that sort really happened. What we'll do now is we'll quickly head into a break, but on the other side, we continue with our non-stop coverage and questions that the Delhi police must answer this evening.
Right now we are in the Dangri village where the cordon and the search operations are on, where the terrorists have taken away the lives of 4 Hindu civilians after identifying them via their ID cards, and intensified searches are underway. Those terrorists, the security forces are trying to identify at an earliest and also to neutralize them. The Indian Army has been deployed in every nook and the corner of the area.
There is a huge crowd of people who have come and they are demanding justice for Anjali. They are saying that they are not convinced by the police theory. They feel that Anjali was actually assaulted and then brutally murdered. Again, dramatic visuals being seen. The protesters have just surrounded the car. They are just banging the car of this official. So you can see that they have banged the vehicle and they have broken the windshield, and you can see the official is running away. The official is running away.
एलजी साहब इस्तीफा दो, हाथ में पोस्टर लेकर के लगातार आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता, नेता और तमाम लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। लगातार पुलिस उनको रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है, एक बैरिकेड को तोड़ने की लगातार कोशिश की जा रही है। यहाँ से ड्रोन के माध्यम से इन तमाम लोगों की रिकॉर्डिंग भी की जा रही है। और यहाँ पर तस्वीरें देखिए, यहाँ पर जो है वाटर कैनन जो है वो शुरू हो चुका है। जो लोग हैं उनको कहीं ना कहीं हटाने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
का एक इतना बड़ा धमाका हुआ है, उसी घर में धमाका जो है हुआ है। ये बच्चा जो है, इसे भी यहाँ पर माइनर इंजरीज जो हैं वो यहाँ पर आई हैं। आप देखिए, भारतीय सेना जो है वो यहाँ पे इंजर्ड्स को लेकर जा रही है। ये देखिए, इंजर्ड्स को यहाँ पर लेकर जाया जा रहा है। 2 महिलाएं घायल हुई हैं और एक बच्चे को मामूली तौर पर चोटें जो हैं वो आई हैं। अब भारतीय सेना की एम्बुलेंस में डालकर जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के जवान जो है वो उन्हें यहाँ पर रेस्क्यू कर रहे हैं।
Yet another incident of stampede was reported from Guntur, where the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu was the chief guest here. Well, it was a program of a foundation. This is the very ground, and there was a huge cry over the gifts being distributed at the back end, and this is the very place where a lot of movement, and that is why we see that 3 people have lost their life, and also at the same time several others are said to be injured and they are undergoing treatment at the hospital.
Right now we are in the Dangri village where the cordon and the search operations are on, where the terrorists have taken away the lives of 4 Hindu civilians after identifying them via their ID cards, and intensified searches are underway. Those terrorists, the security forces are trying to identify at an earliest and also to neutralize them. The Indian Army has been deployed in every nook and the corner of the area.
There is a huge crowd of people who have come and they are demanding justice for Anjali. They are saying that they are not convinced by the police theory. They feel that Anjali was actually assaulted and then brutally murdered. Again, dramatic visuals being seen. The protesters have just surrounded the car. They are just banging the car of this official. So you can see that they have banged the vehicle and they have broken the windshield, and you can see the official is running away. The official is running away.
एलजी साहब इस्तीफा दो, हाथ में पोस्टर लेकर के लगातार आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता, नेता और तमाम लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। लगातार पुलिस उनको रोकने की कोशिश कर रही है, एक बैरिकेड को तोड़ने की लगातार कोशिश की जा रही है। यहाँ से ड्रोन के माध्यम से इन तमाम लोगों की रिकॉर्डिंग भी की जा रही है। और यहाँ पर तस्वीरें देखिए, यहाँ पर जो है वाटर कैनन जो है वो शुरू हो चुका है। जो लोग हैं उनको कहीं ना कहीं हटाने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
का एक इतना बड़ा धमाका हुआ है, उसी घर में धमाका जो है हुआ है। ये बच्चा जो है, इसे भी यहाँ पर माइनर इंजरीज जो हैं वो यहाँ पर आई हैं। आप देखिए, भारतीय सेना जो है वो यहाँ पे इंजर्ड्स को लेकर जा रही है। ये देखिए, इंजर्ड्स को यहाँ पर लेकर जाया जा रहा है। 2
Viewers, right now we are marching. We are also with the protesters, and we are going towards where the final journey of the Delhi hit and run victim is taking place. And we are seeing over here that there's a lot of anger on the streets. A lot of anger on the streets. The protesters here are demanding capital punishment for the accused. A lot of anger. Questions being raised on safety. Questions being raised on women's safety. And questions also being raised on the law and order situation. Also, why there was not enough police presence on a night like New Year. So we are seeing, we are actually also walking with the protesters right now, and not with us. The Delhi police vehicles are also moving along right now. Delhi police vehicles are also moving along, so we are following them. We are going towards the place where the last rites of Delhi hit and run victim is taking place with the protesters. And just like when the case first came on when we highlighted the case on Republic TV, we saw a lot of people were extremely angry about the case, what happened, the family members demanding justice, the family members completely broken, and then also, in fact, damaged the police vehicles. Similarly, we are seeing that even though after the post-mortem report is out and sexual assault has been completely ruled out, we're seeing that the people here are not happy with what happened, because it is not just about the case of sexual assault. It is also about the law and order situation, and as of course we are showing you the CCTV footage as well of what transpired. Many questions are being raised. Now, section 304, culpable homicide, which is a non-bailable offence, that has been added, so the bail is out of the question. I'm trying to go catch some of the protesters so we can speak to them, and the protesters right now, they are moving quite fast. Let's try to talk to them. आप वहाँ चल रहे हो, कहाँ जा रहे हो? फाइनल राइट्स जा रहे हो, वहाँ पे जा रहे हो अभी? आप अभी बोल रहे थे कि बहुत क्वेश्चंस आए हैं विमेन सेफ्टी के ऊपर, तो क्या कंसर्न है एज अ दिल्ली?
That's the live protest march there in the national capital. Republic TV tracking that march live as the citizens of Delhi march seeking justice for the victim Anjali, the 20-year-old whose last rites are also being held in a few minutes from now. The sexual assault angle has been ruled out. The autopsy report details of which have been accessed by Republic TV also shows that there may not be a case of sexual assault. The police has gone on record that angle is ruled out, but the police also facing more questions with more and more CCTV videos, CCTV sequences that are now emerging and that raise very uncomfortable questions for the Delhi police, because these sequences show the presence of another girl which was never revealed by the Delhi police before today, and the Delhi police refused to take those questions earlier. And we're going back to those pictures. That's the live march there. I'm going back to my colleague Shivangi, also marching there with the people of Delhi as the final journey of the hit and run victim. Her name is Anjali,
Right.
20-year-old. Back to you for now. Back to you. Take it over, Shivangi.
Right now we are seeing these visuals come in right now where you can see that there's so many protesters on the road, and there's so much of police presence as well. As we walk with the protesters, there's complete traffic on the road. But we continue walking with the protesters where the final rites are happening of Anjali, the victim. And you know, when I was speaking to the protesters, what they told me, and we are walking with them right now, what they told me is that a lot of questions are being raised. Just like Republic TV raised questions about law and order situation, we raised questions about why was there not enough police action, swift police action, which could have prevented one life among us from leaving. So these are questions which are also being raised by the protesters as we keep following.